3, 2, 1, go. And here's what those of you that are curious are like. We have on the precipice of level 34 here. Level 34 is going to be where we get a guaranteed strength point. So all I need to do is get the vitality point and try to get the agility point as well. In terms of gear, this is what I've managed to pick up so far. I'm holding on to the silver knife still because between level 45 and 49, the silver knife is better than the mage staff. Right now, mage staff is better. At 50, mage staff is better, so we won't need to have the silver knife at the end of the game, probably. But we'll still keep it. And for armor, this is what we got. The only addition to the armor for later on that I'm going to equip is going to be the Pro Cape, which is at the top of Sky Castle. And we'll get the black shirt as well, just in case we want to have that to play around with. But we're getting pretty close to having all the gear that I think could reasonably be picked up. So let's head on up to... Let's do ordeals. Not ordeals. Let's do Peninsula Power. I think this is probably a better choice, even though you got a lot of monsters that are going to run from you at this point. Peninsula Power can probably get my level up here. And definitely if we get this many zombies. Hey there, Destructor Guns. Have I been playing for 16 hours over a couple of days? This particular challenge, though, has been going for 16 hours for solo Black Mage. Beating the game with only one character as a Black Mage. Nobody else got to help the entire time, and no class change on top of it, is what makes this challenge particularly difficult here. Right now we're trying to get perfect level ups, and do we have a great level 34? There's the strength point guaranteed. Didn't get agility, and didn't get vitality. So try again there. There'll be a 1 in 16 chance of agility and vitality showing up. Hey there, straight out of Melmont. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And we will have plenty of Final Fantasy for you today. Well, welcome in, Destructor Guns, then. Hope you enjoy the show here. We're currently doing these challenge runs in between seasons of Fantasy Final Fantasy, where we do Final Fantasy Randomizer and single segment speedruns together with a little bit of a Fantasy League for monster picks. Also a lot of Dragon Warrior 4 going on these days. Still working on the very last bit of Dragon Warrior 4 before I start doing the full runs of that game. And no points. Keep trying, Dan. Hey there, Linux Mint. Hope the challenge goes well tonight. I hope so too. I think that we could potentially get a lot done, but it's going to really depend a lot on how these level ups go. The level ups are going to chew up a lot of my time because very few of the stat points are guaranteed at this range of levels, and so it takes a lot of work to get good enough stats to be able to accept it. No, nice to Destructor Guns. Final Fantasy Legend 2 is super fun. I highly recommend it to people that enjoy old RPGs. There's the agility and no vitality point. Legend 2 and Legend 3, I think, are still pretty solid. The original Final Fantasy Legends kind of broke in mechanics because they didn't really have the meat system worked out quite yet. They fixed a lot of that for Legend 2, so that you couldn't get ridiculous meat drops super early on. Alright, 162 away. Even better. Now everything that we fight is going to be a level up here. Making sure that we are very, very close to our level up points so that anything, as long as we kill something, will push us over the top to level 34. Keep trying, Dan. The Cowardly Giants will not stop us from getting the levels that we need here. Hey there, Cassini 2K4. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. Remember the convoluted meat chains of Legend 2? The neat thing was that, for the speedrun at least, there wasn't a lot of really crummy meat drops that you needed to get. Like, you could get a little bit of a benefit if you got lucky with an early meat drop. But it wasn't until the Watcher and the Dragon Racetrack that you actually had to force something, and everything else was optional. And no stats. Hey there, Reg, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And Rotatiz, welcome in as well. I don't think we can do Tyros. Well, we could probably do Tyros, but it'd be very, very slow. Tyro's got a lot of HP. And our spells kind of cap out, which is one of the big liabilities of the Black Mage. That you don't have a great single target damage source. Everything is like multi-target for the ones that we want to do. Oh yes, there's our Savile. We got a perfect level up right there. So that is level 34 done. We have some choices. I'm thinking about maybe just going to try and get through Sky Castle here. Is this a reasonable idea? We don't need a ton of experience. We don't want to over level up along the way. Like, we have 31,000 XP to work with. Yeah, let's try this. So what I'm going to do is see if I can grab the items here out of Sky Castle. And once I do that, then I'll be ready to do Carry and Kraken, because we're not going to get much stronger. Level 35 and 41 are our last two strong levels for HP growth. So I think we just want to go in, grab the stuff here, go out, and then whenever we can get to those fiends. Basically like one fiend per level. Go after him to knock him off one by one. Yeah, I'll pass on 3 guards. Only an Agam and a half. I mean, guards pretty easy. Like, they're great experience, and this is what I'll be fighting after we get through here to make sure I get the rest of the level ups out of the way. But I don't need to take everything along the path. We'll also, like, have some eye fights probably that'll be a lot of XP in them. Like, those are 32-25 experience each, which is pretty quick to add up if we get 3 or 4. And we got Blue D. Blue D is at least like, what, 1.8 Agamas? He's pretty good. He'll be a lot of experience on top of that as well. Oh, I'll take this 2.5 Agamas worth of guard and a first strike on him. Playing the Genesis version of Side Pocket. Interesting. That is not a game that I have seen people do a whole bunch of, but it sounds interesting. Especially if there's plenty of Agamas involved. Oh yeah, for people that are excited about Final Fantasy VII Remake, there was a new trailer with a whole bunch of other stuff released this morning. So if you're interested in kind of following along with Final Fantasy VII Remake, there is a really big info dump that happened today that you can go ahead and check out. I think I've gotten enough information, like, when it comes out, I'll get the game, I'll probably play it on stream, but I'm not going to be, like, you know, obsessively pre-ordering the ultra limited deluxe editions, just because I don't feel like there's a lot of extra stuff that I would be really excited for over the game itself. I can use Lit 3. Trying to think about what to save versus Blue D, and Lightning definitely not it. Hello, Blue D. Alright, so I think Fire 3 is my best choice here. Thunder actually pretty good for us. Like, we have the ribbon on. We don't take a lot of damage from that. In fact, yes, his physical attacks do more damage than the thunder does. The rare situation where we actually want to be thundered. 50-50 each round, though, whether he'll use thunder or a physical attack. Oh, and Wolveroo there. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more. Dan's in the future as well, especially ones that are completely on fire. Thanks again for the support. Also welcome in Bozo Cup. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And are ready for some Final Fantasy solo Black Mage action. Okay, first up we're gonna grab the Bane Sword. My heals are in a bad spot. I usually like to have them in the bottom left-hand corner. But there's not much I can do for right now. I've got to think about what items I want to have in my inventory in the late game. And we can certainly fix it for Temple of Fiends itself, but I'm not too worried about the heal potion locations for this place and for Gurgir Volcano. And that is true, very few heals actually required. That does reduce it. Ah, Dan got paralyzed. I'll have to sit through this. They're not going to do much damage, but they will take their sweet time getting through this fight. Dan has a 1 in 4 chance each round of snapping out of the paralysis. And we hope that he does it at the end of a round so that he doesn't get immediately paralyzed again. Still paralyzed. Dan's still paralyzed. Dan is still paralyzed. Dan is still paralyzed. This might be an RNG loop, which would be most unfortunate if true. So 9-6 last, 10 paralyzed, 5. This is an RNG loop. It's using exactly 256 values in between 2 rounds, so Dan is never going to snap out of this. That stinks. Alright, try again. They were perfectly aligned to use up all 256 values to be in exactly the same state every other round. And so that would have repeated infinitely until Dan died. So there's no chance, even though it's supposed to be 1 in 4. We actually had a 0% chance of recovering. And that's just one of the many reasons why. Solo Black Mage. Kind of annoying. The other 999 reasons are all Dan. Oh, nice, True Hero. I hope you didn't take all the War Mechs. We do want to have some for our team as well. I think in the eventual likelihood that we do end up class changing the Black Wizard, I will add a War Mech to the requirements, or at least try to do a War Mech for a little while. It makes up somewhat for the easier Chaos fight, having to do War Mech there on top. Never the Black Wizard. It will come down to what we feel is likely going to happen. I'm going to give Temple of Fiends a couple tries as Black Mage. I just want to make sure that people realize that we're not going to do 100 hours of tries if it comes down to it. We'll give it like probably 4 or 5 hours of goes and figure out what is the likelihood that we're actually going to succeed overall in terms of being able to get through that kind of a stretch. And I think that probably within 2 or 3 passes through Temple of Fiends, we should have a pretty good idea. And then we give it like 1 or 2 more tries just to make sure that we can't squeeze through with a whole bunch of luck. Because certainly it is possible. It is definitely doable with solo Black Mage. The question is, do we have the right Black Mage to get the job done, and that is something that I don't know the answer to. Alright, this worm has been refusing to take max damage, so eat my mage staff. Nice, 64 damage with a physical attack. That is a new record for Dan. I'll have enough spells for Bloody on the way out. Yeah, so Bloody uses Fire 3. So I've actually not used any of those up yet. So we should be absolutely fine on the Blue Dragon return trip. Assuming that we survive it. And it is a challenge if he keeps going with these big physical attacks. Come on, Blue D, there's your thunder. That's what we want to see. We'll take slightly less damage on the way back out because we should have the 8 defense from the Pro Cape. It's not a lot, but it does help out a little bit. Alright, that was more experience than I wanted to get on the way up. Mistakes may have been made with that amount of fights in there. We'll be in a really bad spot if I get a level up during the trip through here. Is Blue the only unrunnable? Our pal the Eye is also unrunnable. So if we see eyes in here, which could come up on the next floor, I think we could take 2 before Blue Dragon would put us over the limit in terms of experience. So that's why I'm going to stop getting all experience here at this point. And just try and focus on running away from everything as fast as possible, particularly green Medusas, who turns out are kind of jerks if they get to paralyze us. Is Dan gonna use the Bane Sword? You better believe Dan is gonna use the Bane Sword. It is thematically appropriate after all, for Dan to be baning things. Question is, do I need the adamant to push my items one over to the right? It's an unusual question, but let me think this through. So if we have heal potions there, I could keep my cabin house combo. Yeah, that might be good. And if we end up getting class changed, if we get a class changed, then it pushes it one to the left again, because we lose the tail. I could lose the tail and the adamant, just turn it in. Yeah, we'll do that. Punched out the war mech. Nice job, true hero. We could also buy tents, that is true. Tents would be another one to move things around. But I think I'll do this. We'll get the adamant here. Both adamant and tail could be removed. So we can move things 2 to the left if we want to, and 1 more to the right. So we should be totally good in terms of movement around to make sure that heal potions are in bottom left for the rest of the game. Definitely speeds things up quite a bit in terms of doing the heals. And look at all this beautiful experience I can't get because I need perfect level ups. We've easily passed on like 7 Agama's worth of experience so far. Now 8.5. So much better with the heals there. Feels so much better. Alright, so where was the Pro Cape? Right there. Found the Pro Cape in 1 try. Plus 8 defense, and let's get back out of here. So I got Pro Cape, Black Shirt, and the Bane Sword, which means we have everything in the game that I will intend to acquire except for the Masmune, of course. What have we done so far, True Hero? So we have finished Lich. You have to beat Lich in order to get to this stage of the game. Then we got past pretty much everything loose on the overworld. So Ordeals is done, Ice Cave is done, Waterfall is done, the top half of Sea Shrine is done, now all the items in Mirage and Sky are done. So at this point, the only things left are leveling, and the 3 Fiends, Carrie, Kraken, Tiamat, before we go to Temple of Fiends. And we'll be interspersing those activities quite a bit to make sure that we get things mixed up a little bit. So like I'll go save here, probably get some level ups done. At least 1 level up, I think, would be good. And then we will work on taking out Carrie after that. Am I walking out? I don't have any travel spells, so yes, I'm walking out. Dan, what are you doing? Alright, Dan's gonna be exciting here. We need the dodge, or to go first in this round. Come on, Dan, outspeed the blue D, and nope. Try again, Dan. We got criticaled by the blue dragon. And so Dan must climb the tower once more. Hey there, Kenny Star. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and thanks again for the continued support there. To be fair, Dan is pretty much made for failure. That is what he does best in life. Not that he does anything well, but if there was one thing, failure would definitely be it. Oh, and Slappy, thank you very much as well for resubscribing there. Hope you've been having a wonderful time watching these streams, and hope you enjoy the further adventures of Dan and his many, many trips to the clinic. The chance of baning Tiamat is 1 in 7. Bracking Tiamat's about 2 in 7. That's the one that's super easy to do poison-based instant death on. At least for Tiamat 1. Tiamat 2 would be a different story. Because all the Fiend refights do not have any elemental weaknesses, so you'd have to get through magic defense, which is pretty high, to land a Bane or a Brack. Paying for Dan's medical bills. Well, thank you very much, Slappy. Dan certainly appreciates all the love and attention because, I'll be honest, we kind of neglect him around here. Dan may be slightly mistreated, but only very slightly. He kind of deserves a lot of it. How are we doing on experience? 21k. Alright, get ready for our blue D fight. The first one went well, the second one did not. How does blue D fight number 3 go? Well, no, number 4, because we had the one trip with the Gurmadeuses as well. Dan's had some issues going through here. And unfortunately, I don't think it gets dramatically better at any point. You only get very small amounts of magic defense growth as a Black Mage, plus 2 magic defense per level. And so from here to the end, we're going to increase our magic defense by roughly 32, which it's actually somewhat decent. Like, that'll help quite a bit, but it is not as much as, say, a Black Belt gets in even a much shorter span of time. Black Belt gets plus 4 magic defense per level up. That's why the Black Belt came through here. No problems with undead paralysis, spell damage. It was all really good. Can you jump off the floating castle? No. Gotta walk all the way back out. The thing that is there next to the robot is the window, which will give you a clue about whether, or I guess where to go after Sky Castle is complete. Because that's the only hint in the game that you need to return back to Temple of Fiends to go and get the Black Orb broken. Alright, Evil Man not gonna nuke us today. That's too bad. I'm still waiting for a second nuke there. We got nuked in a randomizer run. Like, how bizarre is that? Nuke rolling onto this place where it came from, and first instead of second slot. Impressive. Does Lufania tell you about the bats? Yes, but it doesn't tell you about Temple of Fiends. And there's a lot of bats in this game, so they're not really descriptive about what to check. They just say the Light Warriors 2,000 years ago got turned into bats. But what would be really clear is if you check that window, and it shows that all the forces are converging on Temple of Fiends, then it's pretty obvious. And the remakes actually draws you a picture and shows all of the lines leading into the Temple of Fiends in the center. Because you kind of like do this little geographic plot, and you look at where the 4 Fiend dungeons are. Temple of Fiends is actually kind of in the center of those 4. So they did make a little bit of in-game lore match up with how the map works and all of that. Why am I getting the adamant? To move my heal potions to a better spot for mashing through those, because now they're in the bottom left-hand corner, and I can do this, and heal really fast. I could have also bought a tent, but getting the adamant was faster. And more convenient. I'm already here. Go ahead and grab this Pro Cape again. Pro Cape acquired. And now, let's get back out. Try not to die to Blue D this time, Dan. Gotta avoid that Blue D critical hit damage. I guess you could use the defense sword. And you're probably not gonna die to Thunders. Like, it would take a while. But if Blue D attacked physically like twice in a row, I think you'd be worse off than just going for the kill. Hey there, Wild Roger, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here, and ready for some solo Black Mage. No warp spell until after class change, that is correct. If we had the warp spell, things would be significantly better. Because we could get the Mazmune out of Temple of Fiends, and that would allow us to really do the Fiend refights in an efficient way. Without the warp spell, Temple of Fiends is a one-way trip, and so you have to get past Phantom, Lich, Carry, Kraken before you get down to where the Mazmune is. And so you have to use up a lot of your resources doing those 4 fights. Dan is in fact Dan tonight. It sounds like an obvious thing, but some nights he's more Dan than others. Tonight is one of those Danly nights. The Danliest of nights, in fact. Alright, we're out of fire 3s, but I've got unlimited fire 2s here. So we should be able to finish Blue D off with that. And done. Alright, that was a lot better a trip. return through there. We are not quite done yet. There's still some potentially nasty encounters in Mirage Tower here. We're gonna plow through and hope that things go well for us. Grab an Agam and a half here. I'm gonna grab an Agam and a half. You know, just as we're passing through. Especially on such an easy fight as this. Cerebus, one of the best encounters to get here. And the nice thing is a lot of these are not running away from us, which will be great. Why are we exiting Mirage? Because we don't want to beat Tiamat now. We're just getting the items out of here, and then we will do a lot of leveling, and then probably kill Carrie first. Do a lot more leveling, and then go get Kraken taken care of, do some more leveling, kill Tiamat, do some more leveling, and then we'll be ready for Chaos. Only then will we have leveled our brains out. How are we doing on XP? 8311. So I could take up to 3 Agamas here. That's pretty convenient. Almost all the fights are going to be great as a result if I want to take something that looks juicy and delicious and doesn't seem like it's going to murder Dan. That seems like it's going to murder Dan. How is Strength and Vit coming? We are perfect on Strength and I think -3 on Vit. But still doing pretty good. I think we're like -3 on Vit and also -2 on individual HP rolls. We've come pretty close to doing perfect on those. The strat for Tiamat just gonna be Bane? Yeah, probably. It feels like a reasonable approach for it. It's to do a whole lot of Banes, and you got a 1 in 7 chance it's gonna happen. I think that you can defense twice and then go for the Banes, rather than trying to kill Tiamat with the spell damage, because she's got 1,000 hit points. And your spells, since she's gonna resist Fire, Ice, and Lightning, are probably looking at around 100 to 120 damage average. It's not gonna be the greatest in terms of output. So I think Bane does win in terms of speed. Class change and get the Cat Claw. Well, currently the plan is we're at least going to give it a go with no class change. And if we have to give up, then class change is going to be our backup strat. Alright, 5,000 experience left. That is more than 2 Agamas, so everything here should still be good. I don't think there's any encounters that have pushed me more than that amount of XP. That's not true. Blue D's wandering around in here, and I think he's slightly more, but you wouldn't see him until at least 128 battles after Power On. And we reset the encounter cycle before going in here. This, though, this will be a lot. 3 Chimeras might actually be too much. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, that's way too much. Okay, well, first crack at level 35. We get Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality. Huh. Well. Run the numbers on the HP total. We got 438 coming out of that. We need to see what the HP was beforehand. I think it was 430 or 408, which means we got plus 30 on it. We only miss luck, we don't care about luck. The thing is, did we get enough HP to justify this? And I think we could have gotten up to 33, so we missed 3 HP off of that. I feel like this is too low. I feel like we want to take 440, but it's really dubious about whether that's going to happen with those stat gains. Because this is one where intelligence is the only one guaranteed. So we would need to have a strength point, which is 1 in 4. Maximum roll on HP, which is 1 in 6. I've been saying 1 in 5, but 1 in 6 is the correct one. And then a vit point, I think, is really big there. Because otherwise we lose another 1 HP at the end. Kenny Star wants to take it. This is tough. This is tough. You're not selling me here, Kenny Star. Masmin's gonna make it all pointless in the end. I mean, if we class change, yeah, the 2 points doesn't make a big difference there. Well, I think we're gonna take it. I think we'll take 438 here. We got our little bit out of that. We need 32,000 for our next level up. Let's go ahead. Save the game and get back in there. No turning back now. Alright. So that's level 35 done. Level 36 guaranteed vitality and agility point. So we just need to get the strength point there. Hey there, Maelstrom. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And are ready for some solo Black Mage challenge. So far tonight, we have acquired the items out of the Sky Castle. So now I've got my lovely, wonderful Pro Cape on. I may have taken a questionable level up for HP, but sometimes we do questionable things, especially when our name is Dan. And now we're just grinding 2 Agamas at a time. Well, hopefully 2 Agamas at a time. You might get less Agamas, but you probably wouldn't want to take those fights. Where's the Pro Cape in the Sky Castle? The Pro Cape in the Sky Castle was up on the 3rd floor on the right-hand side. It's pretty reasonable to get access to it from where you go in there. So let me do this reset, because I want to do Guard, Vampire, Guard. And we'll see what other good fights are around here. The big thing for me is that a lot of these battles are like okay-ish in terms of XP out there. But you need kind of good rolls overall in terms of what shows up in the fights. Is money ever an issue? At the start of the game, money was a big deal. Until we got, probably like level 10 or 11. Money was immensely tight. Like, you're barely making enough money per battle to go to the inn and get your health back. That is the big problem for Black Mage at the start, is that you are net 0 cash for such a long time. And then it's not until you can actually do, like, multiple fights in a row that you can successfully start building up a little bit of a savings. Is 3rd floor the one with the robot in the window? Yes. And it's on the right-hand side. There's 2 columns of treasure chests. It's the left-hand side of those. The very bottommost one. That'll get you the Pro Cape, rather than having to wait all the way until Temple of Fiends. Oh boy, Dan, so much damage. It's for a good cause, though. We got another 2.5 Agamas worth of experience right there. Alright, 15k to go. Did I grab the Pro Capes in single segment? I grabbed the one on Carrie's floor in single segment. The one on Carrie's floor is not too much of a detour. And usually I've got it planned in for wanting to skip battles on either Kraken's floor or on Tiamat's floor. And so taking the steps on carries is kind of something that you can build into your route. Alright, so the next fight's not too good. But we can skip that and then do 2 Cerebi fights on the second floor after this. That should take us really close to our next destination. Sure, Kenny, sir, if you want to post a video, go ahead. As long as it's related to the video game or video game content, I'm okay with videos. So right now, 4 Agamas worth of room, which means we'll get at least 3 Agamas worth of experience. We can get up to 3.5 now that the first one's missing a half Agama. Just grind the Phantom. Yes, that is the plan. We will grind Phantom until Dan reaches level 77. And then he will show them all. Then they will rue the day that they laughed at him. Okay, there's 1 Cerebus. We're going to get 1 more Cerebus here. Vampires with experience, but a vampire is a half Agama. There is only one true unit of measurement, and that is the Agama. All things relative to Agamas in size, shape, smell, and texture. Alright, so now we should be pretty close here. So at this point, we are 38-21 away. Bottom floor is going to be Catman. That might put me over the top. I'll get battles in here until we can get as close as possible, and then we will do whatever fights show up. This seems like a better way, because the monsters in here are not running away, compared to doing the battles outside. Alright, some of the monsters are not running away. Other monsters are jerks. $31.20. Alright, so what distance are you from the level up? 701. Perfect. So at 701, we can pretty much go anywhere that we want. Grab the fights there. I will choose, though, to stay right here. Look at this big string of guards and vampires coming up. We are trying to get, for level 36, a strength point to show up. It's a 1 in 4 level. This is our last, well, second to last really good level up in terms of how easy it is to get the points. So let's go. Hopefully, first try on that strength point, or get paralyzed. One of the two. They're both equally good in terms of outcomes. Hello, vampire. I will give you some fire. They managed to only kill 1 out of 5 vampires despite using Fire 3. Clearly this defective spell must have come from a terrible, terrible location. Who could have sold me such absolute junk as this Fire 3 spell? We'll have to consult our records to find out. But for the level up we get no strength point. Try again. Does VIT matter anymore? Yes. VIT still matters because all the ones that are not strong level ups, you get additional HP based on your VIT score. So that's going to be what determines how much more HP I get for this game. There is only one more roll where we have a variable random amount, and 13 levels, which are going to be all about your VIT score. Hey there, Cluster, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And no strength point. We are currently trying to get level 36 to happen for our Black Mage. At that point, we will probably take Carry down and go on a little bit more of a leveling rampage before going after Kraken. I mean, this will be pretty good. We got our items out of Sky Castle. This will be our third level up that we worked on tonight. I probably want to do like 5 more level ups over the course of the next few hours, and then one more Fiend as well, if not 2. There's my strength point, and don't get the luck point, but I don't care. I am okay skipping out on that. Oh, and Cluster, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and the dance. I hope you enjoy many more of each in the days to come. Thanks again. Alright. Dan, just land the airship somewhere. I don't even really care at this point. We will pay the collision damage. I just want to get back into town, grab a whole bunch of heal potions, and get stocked and ready for our Gurkha Volcano trip. Does luck even do anything? So, a little bit. Intelligence does absolutely nothing. Luck gives you a small adjustment to your chance of getting first strike scores. It is a 0.1% improvement to your first strike score for every luck point and every agility point that you get. Agility, in addition to that effect, also improves your evasion score, so that's the third worst stat up. Vitality is used in the HP calculations, and so that's pretty important for Black Mage because Black Mage is nowhere close to 999 hit points. Other character classes don't have to care about Vitality as much because they'll get a lot more strong level ups, but Black Mage really has to care. And of course, Strength influences how much damage you do with weapons. And even the Black Mage cares about that, because at the end of the game, we will need to be swinging that Mazmune to take out Tiamat 2 as well as Chaos. How does Vitality work? So every 4 points of Vitality, you get on a level up an additional 1 bonus point. Round it up, essentially. Because you get, actually, do you get a bonus point even at less than 4 Vitality? This is where it's an argument of what the base amount is. Yeah, because you always get at least 1. So treat it as +1 to whatever your Vitality divided by 4 is. And so every 4 points of Vitality, we're getting an extra point of HP every single level up. And so if you miss 4 of them, then you're losing 1 point of HP for, like, all the rest of it. And that's why missing those Vitality points early, I feel really bad about. But we had a lot of level ups where it was just impossible to get all the stats, so we couldn't find a particular value of the RNG that would get us Strength and Vitality and a great roll on our HP score. And so I had to decide what sacrifices to make over the course of that. Alright, can't carry any more of those. All done with heal potions. We need to restock on cabins and houses here next. What is our current VIT value? Well, we've missed 4 in total. So we are level 36, we have 32 VIT. We're level 36, we have 36 strength. Because we've gotten perfect strength scores every time. But VIT, we are -4 based on our past level ups. If Temper was working, you would basically negate the strength difference. If Temper worked, then yeah, you could buff for 1 round and get, I think, +12 equivalent strength. It'd be pretty big. And Power Glove would be even better, because it would be like plus 14, and then also it gets you, on top of that, accuracy bonus, which increases your attacks per round. So it would be enormously good in terms of how much it does for you. Yeah, we missed a Vit point at 30, which was the previous strong level before this. And so what I think is that I can afford to miss one more Vit point. Is that true? If I'm at 46 for the last level up. I guess, actually, maybe it doesn't matter as much anymore. Maybe we can afford to miss like one Vit point and be okay still. Because 44 should be where the break point happens. And so if I got 44, it's just as good as if I got 46 at this point. To give us flexibility in terms of what our overall level ups look like. Although I think really just only one that's going to be problematic, which is level 41. Where we need to get a strength point and our maximum HP roll. Alright, should be enough cabins for a little while. Let's grab stacks of houses here. So these houses are used for our Mirage Tower grinds, so we want to get plenty of those. And yes, at some point we'll get cat claws and we'll get steel armors and all that other good stuff, but for right now, let me be content with buying my houses. Alright, one steel claw. I will buy one cat claw and be able to accept that. I said cat claws and all that good stuff. The good stuff referring to my houses. So there's our cat claw. We'll get the steel armor here just to make you all happy. I can't believe we've got people in this chat that enjoy such things as watching steel armors be purchased, but tonight we'll do it. And let's give that, yeah, let's give that to Ace. Make sure that it doesn't get mixed up in any of our fine stuff. Alright, so that is done. So we have gotten all our items out of Sky Castle now. We're gonna get over to Gurgi Volcano here. And we're gonna try to take out Carrie, second of our 4 fiends. And as per usual, skip one battle at the start of Gurgi Volcano, and then head on down. This does have a fire elemental fight on the 5th floor, but nothing else really worth taking in terms of experience. I mean, at best you're getting a half Agama from the R Hydra that shows up on the 2nd floor, or 3rd floor. Yeah, 3rd floor. See you later, R Hydra. I enjoyed the cremate. Stop for some home Agama cooking. The offer is tempting. It is a tempting idea to grab some Agamas here. But will I resist? I think I will resist. And the reason I can resist is because I'll get probably better encounters on the way to do my grind in Mirage. More than one Agama worth of experience for those fights. Would Agamas run from us? I hope that we are not so uncouth as to make Agamas afraid of our visage. I feel like if Agamas run from us, it's like probably a heartbreaking thing to see happen. I'm not even going to put Dan at risk of such a terrible event coming to pass. And so we walk right on by the Agama room, head down to B5 here. Stuff a couple of heal potions into Dan's mouth, and let's go. Should be a firefight. There it is. Nice quick battle right there. That and Carrie, the only two things that we should need to battle inside of this place. Alright, pulled up to the orb here, so we have all of our gear on for weapons. Got the defense sword there. Pretty much what I want to be at. I could throw the wizard staff on there if we want to be fancy. But this is your more or less ideal setup here. We're going to start off with some defenses so that Carrie does less physical damage to us. Another one should be great. Alright, let's see if we can get Carrie confused that she wastes her turns. Ineffective, Dan, come on. You can do better than that. Alright, 3 failures on the wizard staff here so far. Damn, which direction should you point at, Carrie? The other end is clearly the answer. 4 failures. Dan refuses to be kept in the dark. He is not smart enough to figure out what to do there. And Carrie is confused. See how long that lasts while beating her with the mage staff. Mage staff beatdowns may not be as optimal as I thought. We will fast Dan and see if that does more damage than Carrie hitting herself in the face. 8! Yes, we did beat her total. Now we're doing good. 13. I'll give it one more try. I think I might have to do Ice 3s, even though she resists all of our elemental attacks. We're not doing very much with this mage staff right now. Hundro! That is a big one. Finally got a crit. Mage staff should have more crits than this, I think. Yeah, there's a 50. Alright. We just need to get some of these crits to happen. I didn't forget to equip the Cat Claw. We cannot equip a Cat Claw. Mage Staff is our best weapon for the Black Mage. This is it. This is it for physical attacks. Good luck. $116, a new record by Dan. 108, pretty close. Is there logic to why anybody can equip the Masmium? Because otherwise the Thieves would be even worse than they are right now. It is sad, but this is Dan's true potential. You're seeing all that Dan has right here. Not quite true. We'll be getting, what, like 15 more points of strength eventually. It will help out a little bit. You get some of those strength points and, you know, you're probably doing 7, 8 damage around instead of 3. Makes a difference, let me tell you. Temple of Fiends gotta be bad. Temple of Fiends is gonna be bad. Alright, so we didn't use up very much in the way of spells. We go ahead and drop some cabins down here. Head on over to Mirage Tower, so we need to get 23k experience, which is only a couple of fights going through this place. Hello, Tyro. I will spare your life this time, but next time you may not be so fortunate. Spoiler, he'll be so fortunate. We're not killing any Tyros in this run. And back to our grind here. Now this one is going to be level 37 coming up. Guaranteed strength point. We have a 1 in 4 agility point, 1 in 4 vitality. I'll give it a couple minutes to get both. And if we don't get both in, say, 10 minutes or so, then I'll settle for just the vitality point. Alright, 6k there. I'd rather have the chimeras or the vampires again. I think I'd rather have the vampires again. Probably should have just done the guards, to be honest. Guards do a lot less damage than vampires do, and are approximately as easy to kill. Alright, so at this point we need 11,000 more, so we're not going to get that from the guard fight, even if all 5 of them show up. Only 2.5 Agamas worth of experience is available in this battle, and we only get 2, so we are definitely well short of what is theoretically possible there. Alright, 4 Agamas to go. We actually probably want one of the Cerebuses to not show up here in a second. I'm going to skip past this battle, gets rid of the Catman fight. Then we got 2 Cerebi battles after that. So up we go. Alright. Second floor of Temple of Fiends, where the Cerebus is. Hey there, Barrel Roll. We are currently in the Mirage Tower, grinding out our levels here, prior to going to beat Kraken for our 3rd orb. Alright, 1 Cerebus left. 2 went away. That's a little bit too much. Only wanted to have 1 go. It's okay, it just means we'll need to do another battle after these 2 to get into position for it. Scorch away, Cerebus. Dan does not care about your measly antics. Even without the ribbon, doesn't do a lot of damage. But ribbon, because it gives you resistance, not only do you get no critical hits, but also half damage on top of that, which stacked together is an incredible reduction in a lot of these elemental skills. Alright, 1745, that is very close now to the next level. We'll need to get a nice spot where that is easy. How about right here? Why not just go back into Mirage Tower, 1 battle at a time, and this time we will see if we can get some good level ups here. Is the Cerebus supposed to look like a cow? I think it's open to artistic interpretation as to what you believe some of these monsters may be. They didn't have a lot of, well, space, in the sense that everything is very low resolution, limited colors. Your ability to put detail into things is very restricted, and so you have to use some creative license in terms of viewing these things. Right, strength, intelligence, vitality, and luck. So we got the vitality point, but we didn't get the agility point. So we're gonna keep trying for a little bit. I want to see if we can get agility plus vitality at 17 hours and 30 minutes. We will stop searching for the agility point and just go for the vitality one. Also, Sandbag, welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely evening today. This time we get Strength, Intelligence, Vitality. But no agility. No agility there. That's right, we gotta be savvy. If we're savile, then it's even better. Getting all 5, though, is a pretty rare occurrence. Strength, agility, intelligence, and that's it. We have a sigh. Our first sigh of relief. That level was not the one that I wanted to get. Ooh, yes. Hello, guards. The interesting question would be, how many more vitality points can I skip? And I think that the answer is 1. Which is good, because I need that for level 41, otherwise we are not getting a great level up there. That one's another intelligence with a strong level up, making it super tough to get the points that we need. Alright, this one is Strength, Intelligence, Vitality, and Luck. It's a civil. Hey there, MTI, welcome in. We are indeed at the Sky Castle. We have actually gotten all the items out of here. And we've killed Carrie. But we have not gone back to kill Kraken yet, and we have not gone to kill Tiamat. So those two are going to wait until I get some more leveling done. I think at level 41, we will go after Kraken and see how he fares. It's going to be a tough fight, unless we get the defense sorted up fast. So we need Kraken to behave a little bit for the first 2 rounds of the battle. Strength, intelligence, and that's it. Only the 2 guaranteed points. Batman may actually not be that good of a fight. The Nightmare goes down very easily to Ice 3. But the Batman has a lot of magic defense, and so it's tough to kill these things. So I don't really need any more spell charges after we do this, though. I don't think it's worth resetting over and taking the time to set up another battle. You at least give it a try, even if it's a Saber T, a Medusa, or a Batman fight. I mean, as long as you don't get ambushed, you'll probably come out ahead. If you get ambushed and it takes a long time, like a Catman fight, maybe that'll be the exception. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, yes! With a minute and a half to spare, we have level 37 complete. Get our spell charges recovered. Alright, level 38 is going to be no free points. Intelligence and luck, the only 2. And neither of those are things that we want. I mean, luck is not terrible. Luck plays a small factor in getting you first strikes, which those are really good. Like, having a first strike on some of the random encounters is going to be pretty big in Temple of Fiends. But at the same time, all the hard fights are unrunnables, and unrunnables will always be a neutral start. So the Purple Worms, the Phantom, the Fiends, Chaos, all of those are going to be guaranteed neutrals. You're not going to have to worry about your luck score at all in terms of how those are influenced. Yeah, we talked about the experience. It's 32,800, plus or minus about 50. Because it doesn't perfectly repeat. It'll bounce up and down a little bit. And that's because it doesn't quite make sense for anything in Final Fantasy is my best explanation. Hey there, Sherazad, welcome in. The Black Mage challenge is going. We've got 2 fiends down. We've got all of our items outside of Temple of Fiends cleared out. So at this point, we are down to leveling, Kraken, and Tiamat. And then also all of Temple of Fiends Revisited. That's like a small, minor detail, though. Tonight, we focus on leveling Kraken and Tiamat. And if we get those, I'll be super happy. Alright, how are we doing for our next level up? It is 15k away, so we're going to get this next fight skipped. That's rid of a Catman battle that I don't really want. We'll do the 2 Cerebus fights. And then see how we can position ourselves for getting ready for the end of level 37 here. Yeah, second floor for the Cerebus. Making sure I'm in the right spot for him. It is different encounters on each of the 3 floors in Mirage Tower. A lot of similar formations, but they show up in different parts of the encounter cycle overall. Alright, Brent, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and pleasant dreams. Hope you enjoyed the show today. There's an Agama and a half. Let's see if we get another 2 Agamas worth of experience right here. We needed 5. There was no way that the Cerebuses by themselves would be enough. We get 3 in total, assuming that all of these stick around. They're starting to get a little bit skittish. Like, they're at a point where I feel in like the low 40s, probably we're not going to be able to fight Cerebuses at all. Because they'll just run away too frequently to be worth dealing with. We saw that happen to a lot of earlier monsters, so like, at this point, Crescent Lake's pretty much dead. Peninsula Power is kind of dead. Like, the Giants and Zombies both run, and those are the 2 most common enemies there. But Mirage Tower should last us for a good long while here. Alright, 9,000 XP to go. So another skip. Ooh, Sandworm probably could have been killed. I bet Sandworm would have been a pretty easy battle, but still go for the guards and vampires. Try and get some of these fights in. So if we have 9,000 XP to go, just slightly less than 4 Agamas. As long as we don't get a 5 and a 5, then we're not worried about going over XP quite yet. I like to get like a 3 and a 5. And that way we're pretty close to our level up, and even if we take a lesser battle, we should still be in a position to give it a try each time around. I mean, eventually I'll get so close to it, because I'll have fights that don't get me level, and I just resave, and make sure that we accumulate it until the point that every single battle gives a try at our stat rolls. Yeah, 5,300, that is more than what we get. Is that more than we get? No! 5 Emperors would be too much. 4 vampires or less is what we want to see here, and of course it's 5. Alright, well, let's see what our level up is like. Maybe we will get a first try Savile. You never know, we could be lucky here, and Dan at level 38. Strength, intelligence, vitality, luck, I'll take it. That's a 1 in 16 right there. We got level 38 done. Next up, level 39. Agility guaranteed, so another 1 in 16 overall. Is Dan going after Wormek kill Gandalf Lundgren? No. Black Mage cannot kill Wormek. Black Wizard probably could. Problem with Warmech is you gotta out-damage him, and that's tough. Like, you have to out-damage him not just by a little bit, you have to out-damage Warmech by 2 to 1. It is a big deal getting that much damage per round. And I think that Black Wizard has an outside shot of doing it if you get the defense sword up a couple times. You fast the Masmian and get some really big swings, but you need luck. You need Warmech to not do pretty much anything for a couple turns, and that's hard. Also pretty tough, with Ding getting paralyzed by those vampires. What level was that? That was level 38 that we just got. This is now working on level 39 right here. Grind is going so fast. I assure you, Shay Wolf, it feels like it could go faster. Black Belt got through this stretch in like an hour, going from like level 30 to 50. Black Mage is going to be a solid like 5 or 6 hours for that stretch. Like, we've already probably put 3 hours into going from 30 to 38. Now, we haven't been 3 hours. Maybe we did like 2 hours, 30 to 38. And I imagine another 3 hours to go for 38 to 50. It's just so rough with the lack of guaranteed stat points. And the fact that you need all the stat points to go really, really well. If you had fighter stats or black belt stats where you're getting all kinds of strength and vitality all the time, then you could pretty much take the levels at like a 1 in 4 worst case. You know, very, very rarely you need a 1 in 16, but Black Mage needs 1s and 16s like all the time. Hey True Hero, we are grinding for level 41. We are currently at level 38. We have a couple more stat points to pull out of here. Good news is level 40 is the last easy level up. Well, good news and bad news. Good news is it's coming. Bad news is that's it. After 40, the Black Mage gets sad. Just completely stops getting guaranteed strength points and agility points. I don't know if that's a bug, but it feels like the Black Mage really gets screwed in terms of the guaranteed stat gains. Do we do a fire cave after this? No, Carrie's dead. We already killed Carrie earlier tonight. Next up is going to be Kraken. So we're 2 fiends in, 2 fiends to go. I've got my Bane sword for Tiamat. I've got my defense sword for Kraken. We'll see how both of those go. Alright, we still need 21,000. Do I want to repeat that cycle? No, we'll do the guard vampire here coming up. There's a decently long stretch overall. Tiamat be easier than Kraken? I don't think so. What my belief is that Tiamat at a 1 in 7 is going to be tough to set up for and kill with the Bane sword before she just mows us down with all of the top tier skills that she uses. Like, we can't heal. And so, if we're taking 100, 150 damage a round, 100 probably is more a reasonable amount. Say we're taking 100 damage a round. That's 5 turns. So we are very, very limited in terms of what we can do to be able to get through that fight. We might only get like 2 or 3 Bane sword tries per trip up there. Whereas Kraken, once you're defensed, you're pretty much good. Because worst case, he's hitting you for like 100 with a critical hit on 1 tentacle. And the lit 2s are going to be tickles. They're going to be like 20s. He has a lot of inks as well. And you need a Black Wizard to get the other kill spell. I mean, the big spell that we don't have right now is Nuke, which is Black Wizard. I think nothing else is really critical in terms of value overall. Like, single target instant death is not really a big deal, to be honest. There's not a lot that you can do with it that is going to work effectively on things. Oh, the Brack spell for the 2 and 7. Is Brack purchasable by the Black Mage? I think it's Black Wizard only. It involves going to Melmont, so I don't really want to find out. I think it's only Warp that you can't get. Yeah, I think so too. But it involves going to Melmont. And that already is pretty unpleasant of a proposition. Super disappointed at Warp? Yes. The fact that you don't have a travel spell is what makes the end of this so hard. Because if you could get the Mazmune and get back out, that totally changes the character of what your Temple of Fiends trip is like. Like, you could Mazmune the Performance, you can Mazmune Lich and Carry and the first Kraken fight. Like, those are things which, well, with first Kraken fight, I mean the Kraken fight in Temple of Fiends before you get down to the Mazmune floor. Those are the things that really make a huge difference in terms of having resources left to go. Also, Chitin44, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And are ready for some solo Black Mage. Oh yeah, Bane is the one in Melmont. That's right. Bane would be 5th tier, and Brack is 7th tier, so probably the odds have gone down. Because I know that Ice 3 is definitely purchasable by Black Mage. I think there's only one that you can get. We were talking about the wrong spell for the Melmont trip, which is great. It means we don't have to go back to Melmont. Even better. Alright, so that should be an Agma and a half right there. And now we are super close to this level up. We need to get 429. That is beautiful. Should be enough spells to get the job done. Is Pro Ring better than Gold Ring? There's no such thing as a Gold Ring, True Hero. You might be thinking of Gold Bracelets, which are body armor. And Pro Ring is in the Gauntlet slot. So those two don't compete for slots. Yeah, Red Wizard gets Ice 3. Pre-class change, Red Mage does not get anything over 5th tier, and very, very little at 5th tier. But once you have completed class change, you end up getting, from the Black Magic side, the Warp spell, you get Lit 3 and Ice 3, so basically the stuff that the Black Mage gets, plus the travel spell aspect to it. And a similar thing on the White Magic side, you get most of the White Mage stuff except for the heals and harms. Alright, what do we have here? Level 39, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, we don't get the Strength point. So this one's going to be another 1 in 16. We need to see Strength and Vitality. There is no clock on this one, because I need both of those points. So we will at least be Savvy, if not Savile, by the time that we get this level. What have you missed so far today, Chitin? Well, we've gotten 3 levels. We have gotten all the items out of Sky Castle, and we have killed Carrie. I believe that's everything we've gotten done so far today. We're going to get 3 more levels here, and then go kill Kraken. And that seems like a pretty decent amount of content, but after that I will have more levels. And maybe Tiamat on top. I don't know if we'll get to that last bit. But I think we'll at least get our 3 level ups and the Kraken kill. I don't know if that level was a decent HP one. I think we crumbled a little bit under pressure and took less HP than I should have. I probably gave up more HP than I could have afforded right there, but it's okay. Oh, savvy. We got SAVI right there, so that's level 39 done. Back to the beginning we go for working on level 40. Level 40, we have a guaranteed S and a V. So we're going to force out the agility, and I don't really care about luck. So we'll have a 1 and 4 on this level up. You can make an argument. Just go always in on the 1 and 16s. And that way I could have had some more agility and luck points than I ended up getting. But I think spending that much more time on the level ups would have been a frustration for progress, because I think that keeping a reasonable pace for getting through the game was important. You know, if you're spending 20 hours getting past Bicky, it might statistically give you a very, very slight advantage, but it's going to be maddening at the same time. So you got to make some compromises, even though you don't want to make too many to be good for the end game going up to Temple of Fiends. What is the grind goal? Well, we're going to get to level 50. This grind, though, is going to get to level 41. I wish we could go higher. If we could actually go... Imagine that Final Fantasy went to level 75, 99, things like that. Then we wouldn't have to be so picky about these level ups. We could take a lot. Black Mage would still get really good HP. You could cap it at 999. You could cap the stat growth at, plus 50 on all the stats. You can make things work out with a higher level cap, but just make it friendlier for people that are trying to get reasonable characters. Especially Black Mages. Because I think most other characters, they're pretty decent level 50. I mean, there's some exceptions. Thief is going to be just needing to get perfect levels because the Thief is so terrible otherwise that you're compensating using the levels and the stats for your lack of equipment. Tell for sure, Vit on this one. Yeah, this one is 35, so we're going to 36 here. We'll see what our HP gain is like, whether it goes to 9 or 10. Well, Cerebus is getting a little bit rude here. I think that these are starting to get, and we kind of expected this, not worth fighting. We don't see the guards running away, we don't see the vampires running away. Chimeras probably don't run away. But the Cerebus is chicken enough that we are having problems actually getting XP off of them. You know what? I'm going to try and get the Sandworm fight here. So Sandworm is earth-based. I guess we can see what their elements are like. Ooh, ice actually did more damage than I thought it would. We'll use ice on him. A lot of times fire is the right element for those, but it feels like that was a neutral one. So that was pretty good. We have 12k to go. Let's get a little bit closer here and pop back in to the bottom mirage, get our vampires and guards going. Hey, there's Elsai. Solo Black Mage, no class change. If we could class change, I think we'd be done by now, by a good margin. If I could class change, I wouldn't have to worry about the level up so maliciously. Like, there'd be a lot more freedom in terms of being able to give up a couple points here and there. Because with class change, you know, you have just such an easier time with the Temple of Fiends descent. Also no class, that is true. Dan does not have a lot of things. Good taste and morals, just two of those. Alright, where are we on this level up? We are 3677 away, so we're getting pretty close. At this point, a risk that almost anything could be the fight that puts us over the top. Although again, the good news. Level 40. Fairly generous with the stat points. SIV guaranteed. So we're looking for the agility point, and then we're going to declare victory on that level. So this one is the easiest level up left for the rest of the game. And Dan is paralyzed. Come on, Dan. Okay, this is not an RNG loop. At least we got a different set of damage values here. Dan is up. These level ups do help with the paralysis, slowly increasing our magic defense over time. And level 40 has strength, and no agility point. No agility point. I believe in Dan. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. I feel like Dan may accidentally get a good level up. That is the best I can say. That is more likely to be true. Hey, the Ultimo. Dan is in fact still going. We're coming up on level 40 here pretty soon. Level 41 is when I want to try Kraken. Strength, intelligence, and no agility point. Alice in Chains believes in Dan. Somebody believes in Dan at least. I'm glad there's one person here that supports him. And there's no Fantasy Final Fantasy Philly Bobcat for the solo challenge runs. So you'll have to wait for your Agama facts for the next time that we do a fantasy test playthrough for Season 4, which I still have a lot of work left to do on it, so I will give everyone a heads up that in addition to these challenge runs, where we have just gotten level 40 completed, there'll be a couple of other things that I've got planned in between the seasons. There's our work on Dragon Warrior 4, of course. We'll be doing a lot of Dragon Warrior 4 over the next couple of weeks to bang out the rest of the speedrun and start doing full game runs. I'll work on some single segment routing, because we'll be doing single segment speedruns for part of the time during Season 4 of Final Fantasy 1. And we'll do test matches, where we have like a one night, season points not counted, to try out new features, or the first couple ones are just going to be about stability. Because I did make a bunch of changes to how team management is done, and I want to make sure that all of those are functioning before getting too involved in the seasons. Team management has to change quite a bit because we are trying to juggle two different game modes, doing both random and single segment speedruns at the same season. And that'll be interesting to figure out how best to combine those together for like the nightly scores, as well as how do you manage dealing with two different teams. Alright, FDI, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and hope you enjoyed the show today. Pleasant dreams. Lovely guard vampire guard combo going through here. Each time you have a minimum of 3 Agamas, best case 7.5 Agamas worth of experience, and each level up is on the order of like 14 or so Agamas, so you get a pretty decent chunk of your level going through this. And then we have downstairs more guards and vampires, chimeras. There was Cerebuses at one point, but we're feeling now that Cerebus is not going to be worth our time because they're just running away too frequently. Could do Nightmare Badman, but I don't feel like that's a good fight. So we're going to skip 3 battles out here now. Hey there, Bad Road. We have so far gotten some levels. We have killed a fiend, gotten all the items out of Sky Castle, and we are getting pretty close. After level 41 here, I'm going to try to kill Kraken. I'd like to get a second fiend, and then some more levels, and then work on our third fiend after that. So that was 3, so this should be the Sandworm. There we go. And Sandworm ran away. Alright, so Sandworm is also scared of us now. Good to note that is not a reliable fight to get. So back in for our guards and vampires. They're the ones that I can count on. My one true friends here in the Sky Castle and Mirage Tower area. Guards and vampires. Great battles. Good experience overall. And most importantly, they don't run away all the time. Hey there, BB Trixie. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here to sit back and relax and enjoy some Final Fantasy. Just about ready to cross over the 10,000 experience point mark here. Probably about 2 or 3 fights to go before we can set up and start doing our stat attempts. So this one is going to be a toughie. It is another strong level up with intelligence, the only guaranteed stat. I think I can afford to go without the Vit point. And so my priorities are going to be strength and a perfect roll in terms of the HP. That is what I want to see here. And if we get the agility or Vit point on top of it, then great. Okay, 5,900. At this point, 5 vampires would put us over the top. So we'll be very cautious with taking a safety save and see if we can close in just a little bit further on the level up here. Yes, wonderful. But I don't have any more Lit 3s. Alright, Ice 3. We'll see if this does enough damage to him. I might have to stop to go to a house. That's probably plenty. Ice 3 does enough to get the job done. And then Dan gets paralyzed. Why do you have to do this to me, Dan? Why do you always do this? The 3 and 256 through the ribbon right there. It is a 3 and 256 because if you have lightning resistance, guard paralysis should be blocked. Well, thank you very much for that, Trixie. But if I get Savvy but -3 to max HP? No. At this point, we don't need the Vitality point. I need to get Vitality on one of the 2 strong level ups. Actually, one of the 3 of the last ones. And I got Vitality at level 35. So I believe it does not impact my final total if I miss the Vit point here, as long as I get Vit on every other level up from now until 50. I think that's true. I may be misunderstanding how the system works out here, but I think it works. Alright, Badmans are down, and let's find out what our first rolls are like. So Dan, for level 41, 512, just int and luck. Alright, so right now we're at 482. So that was plus 30. We can definitely do better than that. I believe 515 is going to be a perfect roll. And we would like to get strength and optionally vitality on top. That's fine, Medusas can run away. They're barely worth anything relative to the other fights that we have here. But it's been a long time since Medusa showed up. That was back at Ordeals the first time we saw him. Remember how terrible Medusa was at Ordeals? We got glanced like 3 times in a row before finally getting through that place. Yeah, after this, HP growth is completely fixed. There are no more strong level ups past 41, which in some way makes me really sad, because we could use a lot more HP here. Alright, 514 is pretty good, and just agility. Ordeals actually wasn't that bad. I think Ordeals, I took a couple of early cracks at it because I had to skip battles anyway in order to get to the point in the encounter cycle where you have a safe passage through there. And the first time that we got to the safe passage spot is when we finished it. We just happened to have 2 battles, or 2 attempts earlier for the unsafe passage that neither worked out. That's acceptable. Ice Cave, surprisingly, was pretty good too. It was what, like 2nd or 3rd try. We had one time that we got paralyzed to death on the trap tile, and then we got through there. It was a very clean trip. Didn't have a lot of problems with the cockatrices, no problems with the wizards. Earth Cave also reasonably good. I think we took good preparations to make certain that we weren't wasting our time trying to grind out low probability dungeons when you need to get the levels anyway. And so if you focus on the levels to the right amount, so that you're not totally bottlenecking yourself on a particular battle or a particular area of the world that you can't get past, then you're getting pretty close to as fast progression through there as you can get. Oh, nice, True Hero. Good luck on your chaos fight there. Remember, if nothing else goes well, at least you did better than Dan will. You will always have that. Dan, on the other hand, will have 513 points and vitality. Reset. So 514 is the best that we've seen so far in terms of HP. I expected 515, so maybe we just haven't gotten lucky for one of those to show up. It's a 1 in 6 chance of getting a max roll on your HP. And then we want the strength point, which puts us at 1 in 24 at that stage. So that would be like a 515 plus strength. And if you want to go strength, vitality, HP, then you're looking at 1 in 96. And that probably does not guarantee that it will ever show up. So you can keep trying forever and never get it. No way to know until it happens or it doesn't. $516. All right, $516's got to be the max. We got the agility point and the vit point, but no strength. All right, so $516 strength is what we want here. And congratulations, True Hero, on defeating Final Fantasy. Hope you enjoyed your playthrough there. Dan, on the other hand, has a ways to go here. Hey there, Rendex. We are currently grinding for level 41. We have 2 fiends down, and we got all the items outside of the Mazmune that we will ever get in this game. So we're pretty far in. Biggest thing left is probably levels and then Temple of Fiends. 512, no points. We even have a cat claw, that is true. We're not using it because we can't. But we bought it, and that's what matters. That is what matters. 517, okay. Clearly we have been off by 1 on this HP calculation, so 517 is possible. 517 strength is what we want now. It keeps getting harder to get the level ups that I need. Hey there, 2 leggings, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And see how things Vit rounds up. Yeah, I'm starting to get that impression because we have experienced that, you know, at 1 Vit, which obviously divided by 4 is 0, you would be getting still +1 HP on that. 512 in strength, no. Definitely not. Oh, the interesting thing is that if Vit rounds up, 45 is enough then. Yeah, 45 would get me all the points that I need. So I can afford to miss the Vit point here, as long as I get Vit on every single level up after this. So having that Vit point at 35 did help out. It gets me +1 HP in the end. You either get the Vit point there or Vit point here. Alright, 513 strength, nope. Not gonna take it. We want 517 and strength. I think we did the math and we're gonna end up somewhere in the 590s. At the end. Your average level 50 Black Mage is 470 hit points. So by doing these picky level ups, we ended up getting 120 more HP than you get on average. And like 40 more strength. I don't know if we've recalculated it, but if we're only moving Vit by just rounding up, then it's no more than +3 to the amount of HP that you should be getting. You can redo the math here. But if we get 517 at the end of level 41, And we've got 36 vit at that point. You can calculate out how much we're going to have at level 50. Is Dan pretty thick? Well, people do say that he can be a little obtuse at times. Is HP from Vitality retroactive? No. So, Vitality is part of the calculation that goes into the level up process. It is basically used to determine how much you get as your base HP gain. And if it's a weak level up, that's all you get. And if it's a strong level up, you get an additional 20 to 25. .517 Strength, Agility, Intelligence. Alright, I think we'll take that one. No vit point, but that's okay. We'll still end up with 45 vit at level 50. So I think this works out. What is the point of all this strength? So at the end of the game, Commander Sage Rock, I will be using the Mazmune to beat Tiamat 2 as well as Chaos, and you need every strength point you can get to do more damage in those fights. Alright, there's our level 41 stats. We are going to see if we can take out Kraken here. Four 10s, 4 11s, and a 12. Okay. So 96 more points. Actually, that puts us at 613. That is more than I thought. Pretty good for our Black Mage overall then. Alright, 90 heal potions. I could get a couple more heal potions in on-rack. They're not in the best spot for buying them because they're at the bottom of the menu, but that's okay. Not too worried about buying only 9 of those. I think even if you're off by 1 per level up Sheewolf, that would still be worst case 604, and that is better than we thought. We previously were thinking that we wouldn't break 600. So I at least get to see a 6 on the screen for my HP. I'm already happy about that. Maxed out heals. Let's go ahead and grab a couple replacement houses here. We'll get, say, 10 houses. Hey there, C:\\. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and are ready to enjoy some solo Black Mage. Alright, probably enough of those. Let's start on the cabins. I will need a whole lot of cabin. We're chewing through a lot of these things. I'm sometimes using them instead of heal potions for recovery. Since you use 1 cabin instead of 2 heal potions. In theory, saving you a little bit of menuing time. Rebuying these back afterwards. And money totally unimportant at this point. You have way more cash than you could ever spend. We are wasting our money frivolously on steel armors and cat claws whenever we get the opportunity to go and invest in a set. We'll probably buy another pair of those after we get through the Sea Shrine here. The celebratory cat claw and steel armor combination known worldwide as the best gift to give after defeating an octopus. Thank you, Shenlong. Dan appreciates your support. He's got little else. It is all he's got to live for, in fact. That and failure. Alright, question is, where do we want to enter Sea Shrine in the encounter cycle? I'm not overly scared of waters, to be honest. Definitely skip one. And do we get 2 fights coming up next? I guess we can see what happens going in at this point. A Naga fight's not nearly as bad now that Lit 2 is something that isn't going to do too much damage to us. The Ornamental actually is probably a bigger factor in the Naga water battle. I don't really need to try to get XP here because I'll have faster grinding at Mirage Tower anyway. So we're just going to try to sneak on through, save all of our Lit 3 charges for Kraken himself. And let things roll here in the Sea Shrine. Kraken's going to be interesting. Basically, we need to get defensed up at the start. And if he decides to use Ink or other non-offensive skills at the beginning, great. Otherwise, we're going to take a lot of damage. Oh yeah, skipping one battle there is perfect. That works out very nicely for the walk down. Might allow me to get past here without a water fight, but I think we will end up at one point with a water battle. I'll keep an eye on how the encounters go to see how it looks. Hey there, Stormer Sage. Yes, we already got the Mermaid floor done. We've also cleared out Mirage Tower and Sky Castle of items. So we actually have no more items at all left to get other than the Masmian. Masmian and Temple of Fiends is the only thing that we could possibly improve our character with. That and levels. Lots and lots of levels. And some cat claws. We will get at least 11 cat claws. Alright, so this is going to expose me... Well, I guess it really depends on if we get 2 battles here or not. I see a whole bunch of water fights coming up on the next floor, which could be just annoying, but probably not that dangerous at the end of the day. Yes, we'll need the Masmian to be able to beat Tiamat 2 and Chaos at the end. Hey there, almost Matt. Well, 18 hours into this challenge. We've been doing a couple of nights for working on this so far. About 5 or 6 hours every evening. I'm estimating 30 hours in total will be required. Let me skip this next battle up here. We're going to spend this on the 2nd floor here, prior to going down. That gets rid of 1 water fight. On to 1st floor, we have 1 Gershark battle, and then the waters resume. Double water action. Each one of which will have 1 to 3 in the formation. That is why we have plenty of Ice 3s to get the job done. One of the few things that really does take out waters efficiently, besides the non-elemental spells, such as Nuke and Fade. Ice 3, going after their weakness here, could be as much as 420 damage, although you'll rarely see that high. 412 is pretty good. 412 is an excellent roll on that Ice 3 right there. And only 1 water. Kinda sad without his friends. Hey Maurice, what level did I grind up to? We are currently level 41. I've been doing basically like 4 or 5 levels in between each of the major segments of the game. So after I do this, we'll probably go up to like level 45 or 46. Then we'll do Tiamat, and then we'll go to level 50. I kind of doubt we'll get all the way to level 50 tonight, but we might. We might be able to do it before the close of the stream today. Like, I'll just be really happy if we get Tiamat done and be down to just leveling in Temple of Fiends at that point. Alright, here we go. Dan versus the Kraken. Try number 1. Get that defense sword out, and Kraken's attacking. Kraken getting the jump on us right there. 2 defenses, though, is now going to be really nice for the dodges. So let's switch on over to Lit 3s, and probably about 4 or 5 of these should take him out. We don't want to see any more criticals. We have 250 damage on him out of 800. There's a big one, 600 out of 800, and Kraken sneaking through. I don't know if I should do another defense here. It would cost me a turn where I can possibly kill him in one shot. Alright, 740, the next hit will kill him, unless the next hit kills Dan. And the next hit does not kill Dan. Dan, a survivor, has taken out the third of the 4 fiends there. Easy, every time. And there we go. Sea Shrine is complete. I'll need to restock on heal potions here. We've got probably enough cabins and houses for a little bit, but let's get a few more cabins before I go. Probably using like 3 cabins per house trip up at Mirage Tower. So we'll get, say, 10 or so of these. Yeah, the way the defense works is that the Ruse spell, which is what defense casts when used in battle, gives you plus 40 evasion. And that keeps stacking until you're at the evasion cap, which, due to a bug in how Final Fantasy calculates attack accuracy, once you're about 100 to 120 over what I've got right now, let's say about 100 over what I've got right now, you'll have perfect defense. And the only thing that will hit you is critical hits, because critical hits don't even check your evasion score, they just hit you directly. So like 2.5 defense swords, or 2 defense swords and a white shirt, would be enough to get you at the evasion cap, and then everything misses except for criticals. Usually, because a monster has about a 1% critical hit rate for the common case. Because some monsters have more than 1%, but most are 1%. You gotta imagine that 1 per round at most is gonna go through. What is not bugged in this game? As far as I know, Agmas are fully functional. They're the only thing that works correctly. Also check to see how much we need. 15k, so we're pretty close. We got about half the level going through Mirage Tower. So head on over there and pick up the rest of this XP. Coming up, level 42 here. Like most levels that we have left, we will need the 1 in 16 strength plus vitality point, no freebie points. Except for, I think, a handful of Vit between here and 50. It is a long stretch. So buckle up, get ready, and enjoy the grind. The easy part, getting the experience you need. The hard part, getting the stat points to happen when the level up goes off. She-Wolf is buckled in. I'm glad that somebody is going to survive Dan's impending crash. Remember everyone, safety first. Always wear your protective equipment. while watching Dan use the Bane Sword. Why does Dan drag a whole bunch of dead bodies around to intimidate the enemies? It's not working. So far, they are not buying it. All right, 4 guards here, so we're gonna be probably about an Agma, maybe an Agma and a half short, I think, of the level up. Let's call it 2 Agmas at the outside. So we'll be in a position where sometimes we'll get a battle that'll be enough, but I'll probably be able to save 1 under it. So that we'll be able to be super duper close. And just go at it for a couple of fights in a row. Let's see our exact amount here. It is about 1.5 Agmas. 1.5 Agmas required. And I think we determined that Sandworm was not a great fight, but let's try and do him anyway. The reason Sandworm's not great is because he's on the list of monsters that now is running away from us. Which, when we're doing dungeons, is great. When we're trying to get experience, is not nearly as good. And 1 stuck around, unfortunately the one that took less damage from that first Ice 3. Alright, that one's done. That might not be enough. I don't think Sandworm is worth an Agma and a half. Yeah. So now we are very, very close. It is just less than a half Agma, which means, unless we had a solo guard or vampire, which should never happen, we'd be able to get a level up every single time on these battles inside here. So let's get the town. Once again, it is no guaranteed useful stat points. We'll need a 1 in 16 strength plus Vit score for level 42. And for 43. 2 in a row that are going to need the 1 in 16s. So good luck to Dan. He's going to have some work here ahead of him. And first crack at it, we get no strength point. Also 527, so that is plus 10 for that level up. We think we got it. Okay. So we think we get 617, exactly 100 HP for the rest of the level-ups. Did I get Vit there? I don't know. We didn't see the rest of the stats. So we don't actually know what was the rest of them. I'm probably not going to get Vit twice in a row. So if you see a 516 here, you'll know that there's something different. $527 and no Vit point. So that's plus 10 without a Vit point. Both intelligence luck are guaranteed. We're going to see them every time, but those are the 2 that we don't want. We want S and V, strength and vitality, on these gains. Into the trash can again. We'll get it eventually, Shaywolf, don't worry. One of these theories has to be correct. Eventually, we'll run out of ideas to try. 527, no points. there, Peanock. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and are ready for some solo Dan action. The rest of the stream of Mirage Tower grind, we'll be doing Tiamat at some point. We got a couple of levels and then we will try Tiamat with the Bane Sword. 527 agility and vitality, so vitality point does not change the amount of HP that we get for that level. With or without it, they're both 527. And for reference, I currently have 36 vit. So do with that information what you will, Shaywolf. Also, I am pretty sure that nobody would be so stupid as to trade intelligence for vitality. Intelligence, of course, the most valuable thing of all, which is why Dan has so much of it, despite it doing nothing whatsoever in Final Fantasy. Have I gotten a vit point yet? Yes. We've seen it with a vit point, and it's the same amount. 527 vit point. Demonstrate it right there. You thought friendship was the most valuable thing of all. Turns out, at the end of the day, the most important thing, Agamas. The second most important thing, intelligence. And the third most important thing, friends. Int and Vit. We've gotten like 4 Vit points here, and no strength points so far. But keep trying, Dan, keep trying. Fourth most important thing, also Agamas, that's correct. Their numbers 4 through 7. Dan taking a bit of a pounding, but I don't care, because if we get this level up, I'll be able to house up and get all of my HP recovered. Nice and easy. Is number 8 the Cat Claw? No. Cat Claw does not appear on the list. Hey there, Yuhaka. Welcome in. Still going on the solo Black Mage. My estimate of 30 hours is looking more and more correct as we get through here. I definitely think, though, within 20 hours, we should be able to kill Tiamat. And then we have a couple more hours of leveling after that, probably 2 or so. And a good, decent amount of time on Temple of Fiends to give it some tries. Do you only get Agama facts during Fantasy Final Fantasy? Yes. Fantasy Final Fantasy is where the Agama facts come from, thanks to the hard work of the Agama Research Society. Tirelessly scouring the globe for important and yet completely inane knowledge about Agamas. Ooh, strength. And just luck. Strength, but no vit. Thank you, Haka. We will definitely need good wishes for Temple of Fiends. I think until then, we mostly need good wishes on the level ups. A lot of 1 in 16s to grind through. It's like, it feels like with the 1 in 16s, it's like 3 or 4 levels per hour. So we'll get through those eventually. And not that one. Eventually, but not immediately, is what it will take to get our strength and vitality point here. Agma Claw would actually deal bonus damage? I think that would be a little bit of a stretch. Nothing is that good. Although our level up is pretty nice. Strength and Vitality has been retrieved from the leveling gods. 42 is done. We are on to level 43 next. Let's go. Why is Badman so bad? I don't know if you've seen our history with the Badman, but they are pretty evil. Pretty monstrous, in fact. Not nearly as bad as the Evil Man, of course, but few things are. Thank you very much, Pianotorius. We will definitely apply those good wishes to get 20% off our next level up. Which, by the way, is going to be 26,000 experience away. So a couple of nice fights here, and we'll be in position to give it a go. Vampire's just dazzling today. They're dazzling good looks, though no match for Dan's flaming gaze. Hey there, Macrophage. So we've gone 18 hours straight. No, we've been doing this challenge for 18 hours, but over a couple of different nights. As a rule, I try not to do super long marathon streams. The longest one I've done is 13 hours, and even at 13, I was feeling like it was not as high quality as it was at the start. Most of my streams are usually 5 to 6 hours overall. But in terms of working on this one, we have gone 18 and a half hours into the Black Mage solo challenge, of which about 5 hours to get past Bicky, another 4 hours to get past Astos, probably another 5 hours to get past Lich, and then we kind of broke free. And once we got past Lich, things opened up very quickly to clearing out the northern half of the world, which was nice. Skipping over some of the less desirable encounters, we'll try the Sandworm. They are running away pretty frequently at these levels, though, so they might not be worth it. Just like the Cerebuses, which we are now skipping every time. Initially very desirable, half Agma apiece, and then few of them start running, and then more of them start running, and you get to a point where you basically get no experience. Because they all run every single time before you get your attacks off. And ran away. What is up next? Well, when we're not doing these solo challenges, the big thing is working on Dragon Warrior 4, making sure that we make progress towards that on a regular basis. Our last Dragon Warrior 4 couple of streams we did up through Esturk, which is pretty deep into Chapter 5, but you still have to do the World Tree, the climb up to Zenithian Castle, and then down through the final cave. And of course, Necrosero and Pals. So those will be fun to do for a stream after we get through this. Probably 2 or 3 playthroughs of that section of Dragon Warrior 4 before we start off with the full game runs. We got single segment Final Fantasy, which I'll be working on routing for prior to the start of Season 4 of Fantasy Final Fantasy overall. And a lot of Fantasy Final Fantasy testing, of course. Hey there, Lavcan. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And ready to watch Dan get a whole bunch of crummy level ups. Speaking of which, how close are we to this level up? It is 10,000 away, so we can take at least one more battle. And depending on what we see here, possibly 2 more. Definitely 2 more. I'm A mere 1 Agama worth of experience right here. Almost enough to turn your nose up at it, but I will take it. Can't be worse than Dragon Warrior Randomizer? Well, you are about to see some level ups. So we're in the range where the Black Mage gets nothing but intelligence, which doesn't actually function in this game. You will very rarely, 2 of the next, like, 7 or 8 levels get a guaranteed Vit point. But we need to get Strength and Vit every single time. Which means it's going to be a 1 in 16 or a 1 in 4 for all of our remaining level ups from this point on. Just didn't get tired of dragging corpses around. This is why he's so buff. Getting all that strength from the workouts here. Agility kind of works in Dragon Warrior, just not very much. Intelligence does literally nothing in Final Fantasy. There's not even any code involving it. It just is a stat that's on the screen and then is never used in any calculations. It's not like it's a bug, it's not like it's broken, it just is not there. In the remakes, they actually did something with it. In the remakes, they made it so that intelligence would increase your spell damage. But my guess, because they built so much on the lore of Dungeons & Dragons for Final Fantasy I, is that the original thought would be that intelligence lets you get more spell slots, or more spells that you can learn per level. And they decided that was just too hard, because you only have such a limited number of spells to begin with. And they just dropped it. Like, we were dropping that level up on the floor. Intelligence only, not taking that. Try again, Dan. Alright, so if you think that plus 10 is the correct amount of HP for this level up here. And if so, are we still going to get 617, or is it some lower amount of HP that we end up with? I am curious to know what my level 50 total is going to be, assuming we get a Vit point every single time. We will make sure that we have Vit points the rest of the way here to 50. .37 and Vit. No strength point. And Vitality rounds down +1 now. Is that Vitality +1 rounds down, so you get the Vitality point before the level up? Or do you round your Vitality point down before getting it, and then add 1? That'll influence us by like 1 point, depending on how that goes. Maybe 2 points. Yeah, because we have 11 and 12 left to go for the HP gains. Alright, so it's old Vitality divided by 4 plus 1. We will test this theory. We will see how accurate these predictions are. And just Vit. If nothing else, it can't be worse than the last 35 theories we've had about how Vitality works. One of these has to be correct. At some point, we will just guess every possible system for calculating this. Hey there, Day Sleeper X. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here, and welcome in to the Solo Black Mage Challenge tonight, where we are getting levels, and then we will be getting a Bane Sword upside the face on Tiamat. But mostly levels here. How long do solo challenges usually take? This is probably the second hardest character class. Like, the solo black belt no class change was 9.5 hours. Solo fighter and solo red mage were both in like the 12 hour or so range. This one is hard. Like, from beginning to end, there is nothing easy. At no point do you feel like you are really cruising through it. And the only character class that is harder is Solo Thief. Solo Thief takes weeks. That's one that I am probably not going to be willing to do. I might do Solo White Mage. I feel like Solo White Mage is probably going to be about this hard, but maybe slightly easier to finish. Because once you've got Cure 3, and you got Ruse, and a couple other things early, you have a better chance of getting past some of the roadblock fights. Like, you're not going to spend as long on the pirates, that's for sure. Wizards, Astos, they all go much faster. And just dead. Oh yeah, and on top of that, Black Mage has the worst stat gains. That's the only thing that you can say about the Thief. They have better stat gains than the Black Mage does. When you do a solo black belt for a marathon at 9.5 hours, I think it would probably not get any marathon love. Except for marathons that you probably wouldn't want to watch. That's a long time for a category overall, but it would be doable in a single setting. I think for roughly the same amount of time. In about 9.5 to 10 hours, you could do 4 White Mages. And that one is pretty brutal as well, but it's more iconic because people have heard about 4 White Mages. Whereas Solo Black Belt, it's just like, it's another possible challenge you could do. But nobody's gonna have stories to tell about the time that they played with Solo Black Belt. Yes, pirates are not a roadblock at all. Like, Garland is easy, pirates are easy, wizards are easy, Astos is easy. I would even venture to say that Earth Cave is not too bad. Like, it takes a long time to level up Solo White Mage, and so you spend a while in between the dungeons and the boss fights, but once you get there, you're at lower levels and you're much more confident. Up through, like, probably Ice Cave than Black Mage would be by far. Vitality and luck, no strength. What makes the Thief so bad? Well, there's a lot of things that make the Thief so bad. First of all, in terms of equipment, the Thief has very little gear. You are going to cap out at weapons at the Rune Sword. And so you go early game, your best is actually the Scimitar and Saber, depending on what your accuracy score is like. You beat Astos at like level 35, then you get the Rune Sword, and there's nothing else left for you. And unlike the Black Mage, who's got terrible weapons, but has spells, the Thief has to kill everything with weapons. So that's your first really big negative. The second is armor. Basically, the Thief is going to be using the same gear as mages. You've got a bracelet, a ribbon, a pro cape, pro ring. The Thief does not have any body armor other than the wooden armor. And that's got 4 defense, so very quickly obsoleted by the copper bracelet, even before you get into the Marsh Cave. So you're basically getting mage level weapon and armor, but no mage spells to make up for it. And on top of that, all the Thief's advantages. So you have, in design for Final Fantasy, for the Thief, you're supposed to be able to run more easily than other character classes. Well, that's broken. Turns out everybody has an equal chance of running because running is bugged. You're supposed to have more critical hits than other character classes, and that's also broken. Although that's a ninja only thing. Ninja's got a lot of weapons that were supposed to have a really high critical hit rate, like the Vorpal Sword and the Katana. But instead of using the expected critical hit rate for weapons. What they did instead was they looked at the position the weapon was in the table and used that instead. So every early game weapon is terrible, every late game weapon is good, and it goes up by 0.5% for every position in the table. So you have early game 0.5%, late game the Masmuin is like 26% critical rate. Like, it's way beyond what it should have been. And since the ninja weapons are not quite at the end, but they're like 80% of the way through, they're actually worse than the Night Gear. They're worse than the universal stuff like the Masmuin, so there's no real advantage from the critical rate itself. Again, it's bugged so that everybody else is better at something the Thief was supposed to be dominant at. And if you want to look at the ninja side, the ninja basically upgrades to a fighter. So all of the fighter gear that they could wear without class change, the ninja can use that. You get the defense sword, which is not a big deal because the sun sword is probably as good or better as the defense sword. So you're not really getting anything from that one. Same thing with katana, it's about another sun sword tier weapon. And on the armor side, it's strictly the same as fighter gear. There is nothing you can wear as a ninja that a fighter cannot wear. So you're upgrading to somebody that is a base character class in terms of gear. Now for spells, there's some nice stuff there. You're getting fast, which is great. Fast is a really big spell. You get Fire 2 and Lit 2. 4 charges of fast, 4 charges of your fire spell. Unfortunately, the temper spell is broken. So if you had temper, the ninja could probably do some pretty good damage. But without that, you're at the same pace as like a degraded fighter. And you're such a brutal path to getting there prior to having to settle for that's kind of like the whole package of why they're terrible. They start off really bad and they get to mediocrity by the end of the game. Why is it Masmuin and not the Masamune? Well, they only have 7 characters for the names. So Masamune didn't fit, and instead they did M-A-S-M-U-N-E. And you'll see other abbreviations like that, sometimes on top of that, because they only have really 6 characters, plus the symbol for whether it's like a sword or a hammer or so on. The ones that have to actually use 7 characters lose their little symbols. Like, you'll see the defense sword does not have a sword symbol, it just says defense. And the Masmuin just has Masmuin, it doesn't have a sword. Those are going to be the ones that are weird. What about the Vorpal Sword? Let's not talk about the Vorpal Sword. Let's not talk about the Vorpal Sword. The idea of Vorpal was it was a bad weapon that had really high critical hit rates compared to everything else. It's the Vorpal Sword from the Jabberwocky. So, critical hit rates is its thing. It either does moderate damage, like it's somewhere between a flame sword and an ice sword, but it was supposed to be like really awesome, like critical hitting all the time. And critical hit rate bug comes in there and turns it into junk. Oh, why doesn't Vorpal Sword have a sword symbol? It doesn't deserve one. It doesn't deserve one. We, though, deserve level 43. We just got our strength and our vit point right there. So that level is done. Let's go back to the beginning of the encounter cycle and pick out level 44 now. This one's got a guaranteed vit point, so we're going to go for strength and agility. What is the difference in difficulty between Solo Thief and Solo Ninja? Well, I mean, Ninja's got so much more than Thief. Until you can class change, though, they're exactly the same, of course. And probably the big one for the Ninja is just pre-Astos. You have to grind on ogres up to like level 34 or so to be able to kill Astos. Like, it is going to be a mind-numbing experience. That's what takes like weeks, is the grind pre-Astos. And then you could probably zip through pretty quickly from Astos up to class change, and at that point, the ninja, if you class changed early enough, you have to class change no earlier than level 42 to be able to get all your spell slots. Then you can get 4 charges of fast and 4 charges of fire 2 or lit 2. And you get much, much better gear, like ridiculously better than the thief. The solo ninja, you're probably going to have a much easier time on Temple of Fiends than, say, solo Black Mage will. Even though Black Mage has got bigger spells, the ninja's just got enough physical attack to get through some of the Fiend's defense. You defense up a couple times, you hope you don't get whacked in the face too hard, and you chip away with a fast-hit katana until you get to the Masbeam, and then you use a fast-hit Masbeam for the rest of them. Are any of the bugs exclusive to the US version? No, they're all in the Famicom version. They didn't change much. In fact, pretty much all they changed was graphical things. So, Japanese, you could fit more text into things, so when they renamed a bunch of stuff, that's where all the little item symbols came from. Japanese version just had words. You could spell out sword, for example, and not have to use a symbol for it. Japanese had some different color graphics for the menus, like it had like a highlight for what you were putting your cursor over, so it was turned red, which got taken out. I think they just didn't bother porting with it when they did the localization for it, because it was more menu complexity than they wanted to deal with. And the big one for us is a bunch of graphical censoring. So they took out all the religious references, they took out a little change to like the Medusa's clothing because they thought it was too revealing, and they took out the Beholder graphic because the Beholder is a copyrighted entity of Dungeons & Dragons, and they copied everything from Dungeons & Dragons, but that was one thing that was actually like made by TSR, who was the rights holder at the time. And so what they did was they took the Beholder graphic out and gave us the eye instead. It's a beautiful, beautiful 8-bit Beholder. Like, it is just gorgeous artwork for it, but never appeared again. They didn't put it back for any of the Japanese releases. It's just been permanently gone since the Famicom version came out, which is kind of a shame. It looked really good. How did Dan avoid getting censored out of the US release? Well, welcome in, Adam. All I can assume is that the sloppy quality control is how Dan slipped by. Yeah, stuff like getting rid of kill and death is part of the censoring process. So any like strong language or religious symbols or nudity or thing all got removed from 1980s and 1990s Nintendo games. It wasn't until like the N64 that Nintendo kind of loosened up in terms of what you could publish on the systems, but especially in the NES era, where they actually had very stringent restrictions on publishers. Like, as a publisher, you could only publish so many games a year. And that's why companies made all of these shell corporations, where, like, Konami's got actually, like, 3 divisions that all published under different names in order to get around that limit. And if you wonder why, like, games with different publishers have, like, the same graphics or sound effects we use between them, it's because it's really the same company. And they're just trying to get around the restriction of you could only publish X number of games per year. Alright, how close are we to 44 now? 1330. So that is slightly more than a half Agama. Which probably is nothing in here that we have to worry about unless we get unlucky with some type of Catman or Medusa fight. Which there are some coming up in like 8 or 9 battles. But we'll have plenty of chances to get our level up here before that happens. Again, for this level up, Vitality is guaranteed. one of our last 2 levels where we get a guaranteed stat point of any kind that we care about. So I'm going to try the 1 in 16 strength plus agility, probably for 10 minutes. And if we don't get it by then, I'll settle for just the 1 in 4 strength point. So we're going to go to 1910 on the clock for trying to get the agility point, and after that we'll settle for just strength. .44 strength and luck. Civil, I don't know if I should have taken that. I mean, a luck point for the purposes of first strike is the same as an agility point, but agility gives you a better chance of dodging attacks, and luck point does not. So it's like, that's like the only real difference, and I've not been caring too much about my agility score, just slightly preferring it over luck whenever I could get it. How did I say that Dan would be the one to survive? Well, Dan is a tradition around these parts. In many cases associated with being dead. And so we are subverting that by making Dan be our only living character here for once. Generally, whenever there's somebody named Dan in this game, or any game that I play, they immediately, if not spontaneously, explode, die, or begin gushing large amounts of blood. Alright, Medusas are down. I think I do need the Saber Teas, though, because Medusa's not worth very much. They're a very, very old enemy by this point. Saber Tea probably is worth like a quarter Agama. So I think that puts me over the top now for our level up. And we'll get another crack at level 44 here. Again, we're going until 1910 on the clock, trying to get strength and agility. And we get neither. At 1910, I'll take SIV, which would be a 1 in 4 chance, and so much more likely to show up. It's too bad you can't save more than one slot in Final Fantasy, because I could take a level up that was okay-ish, but not perfect, and then try to perfect it. But it is very scary working with save games on this one. You overwrite your save game and that's it. Hopefully you didn't mess anything up. What do the names Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan come from? Well, there's a bit of a story there. So, in a lot of games, you need to have some way of knowing what your party order should be. And so, A, B, C, D makes it really easy, especially in Final Fantasy, where every time you get poisoned or petrified, you have to reorder the characters back, and you don't want to do it blindly because it matters, like, who casts their spells, who's got what equipment piece on them. You can't just say, oh, the fighters can go in either order, the Black Mage can go in either order. You have to know. And so A, B, C, D there is what that comes from. There's our strength, VIP, and no agility. And the person that came up with those specific names for Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan was Feasel, who Nomad has some emotes from. Feasel now runs the Speed Gaming network. But at one point in time, he was doing a whole bunch of Final Fantasy, as well as another game, Swords and Serpents, which also used Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. .44 and luck. Swords and Serpents, of course, top tier RPG action. It is a fun game to watch, but not a fun game to listen to. And a very, very bizarre game at that. I guess the music's kind of okay, Lapkin. There's a couple of tracks in Swords and Serpents, which I would say you probably won't go deaf listening to. But all of the combat sound effects are really awful, as well as anything that is an effect, like some type of action that happens on the screen, whether it's going through zoom tubes or getting hit by traps. Those are invariably really terrible. A nice landshaft. Glad you've got your own ABCD tradition there. What causes more sensory damage than Swords and Serpents, the audio or the graphics? I mean, the graphics are ugly. But other than the endgame screen, they're unlikely to kill you. The endgame screen, though, is impressive. There is a lot of flashing. And yeah, the graphics in general, they're somewhat well put together, because there's not that many things on the screen. So like when you have like the spiders or the zombies or that dude in the crown, like, I don't know what he's doing there, just hanging out. Usually you can tell pretty easily what things are, which is not true of a lot of NES games. A lot of NES games, you had to really squint and kind of imagine what was going on. Strength and Vit, well, I got the luck point again, so we got another civil. But we're not at 1910 yet, so I'm going to reset, try to go for something savvy instead. And the sound effects, Vacuum 2 from 7 Saga bad. Only some of them. They're not consistently that bad. More of a grating, noisy whine than a continuous deafening. And strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, we are savvy and level 44 is complete. Let's get set up here for level 45, which is 31,000 experience points away. House up, cabin up, because houses are broken, as are most things in Final Fantasy. It's not true. Final Fantasy actually, for the time, probably was considered a really well put together game. It wasn't until several years later that people realized that nothing worked. So if you can fool people that long, you probably did a pretty good job. What is our vitality now? It should be 40. Let me check if it's 40 or 39. 39. So we lost 5 vitality points in the entire game. We intend to be getting 45 by the end of it, that's right. We'll have 45 vitality points at level 50. 50 strength at level 50. And whatever we happen to get for agility and luck. Is Nasir a well-known programmer? I don't think anymore. So Nasir never was a household name. He did Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, all the Famicom ones. And then he kind of semi-retired from Square, and then came back and did Secret of Mana, and then pretty much permanently retired at that point. He's done a couple of small things, like an indie game company that didn't really take off, but mostly known for time at Square. And before Final Fantasy, it was Rad Racer, as well as 3D World Runner that he worked on. So basically, there were supposedly a bunch of projects that were supposed to involve 3D effects and 3D glasses and things, and the hardware for it got canceled. So they still released the games, but they took out some of the 3D-ness to it, and then once they realized it was totally dead, they weren't going to make the hardware ever, that's when he moved over to doing Final Fantasy. I probably should have taken the Catmen. They're probably not very good at this point. Dan still has a soft potion from last time. Dan does not have any soft potions. I've gone 2 in a row without buying a soft potion. My solo black belt did not have a soft potion. My solo black mage does not have a soft potion. There are some things we've managed to successfully do. Yeah, that definitely is not worth it. Just gonna skip these fights here in the middle. We have the services coming up next, and they run away as well. We need 15,000 here to go, so we'll skip 3. That's the 2 Cerebus fights as well as the Sandworm out here. All of which used to be really good XP. But don't have enough morale to hang with Dan at this point. Yeah, I think during Final Fantasy III is when Nasir had to leave Japan because of his work visa. And I want to say that they actually sent the other programmers to visit him. Like, the programmers went out there, stayed with Nasir for like 2 weeks or something, and then came back to finish the game. There probably was a lot of phone calls as well. But I think they actually spent time in person. These are the wacky stories that happen in 1980s video game development, when things were a little bit less polished than they are in this era, where you have like 1,000 people working on a video game for 6 years, and you still have more bugs than Final Fantasy does. Don't be dazzled, Dan. You must stay strong versus the sparkly vampires. Alright, how close are we to the next level up? 5,600, so I probably... Actually, I definitely won't get that in one go. But I'll still cap it up here just to get some HP back. This will be 2 Agamas here, so about 4,800 experience. At that point, you're down to that half Agama left to go. And you're in a really great spot to get almost all the battles for level up tries. Like a couple before and almost all of them afterwards. This is going to be a 1 in 16. We need a strength point and a vit point to show up. Only guaranteed stat here is intelligence. It is so sad looking at the Black Mage's stat chart overall. And for those of you that have not been with us during the grind, basically the way that level ups work is that, based on your character class and level, there are stat points that are guaranteed out of strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, luck. You'll always have at least 1 guaranteed. Is that true? I think everyone always has at least 1 guaranteed, and sometimes as many as 4 guaranteed. For the Black Mage, the one that you have every single level is intelligence. And intelligence actually does absolutely nothing in this game. It's totally non-functional. Not even like a bug or anything. It just does not connect to any bit of code. So as a result, the Black Mage loses like half of their stat points right off the bat. Like just totally into a dump. And you've got very, very little otherwise to make up for that. What level am I grinding to before Tiamat? So if this is 45, maybe we'll do 46 and then Tiamat. The difference between 46 and 50 is mostly going to be a little bit of HP and 8 points of magic defense, which doesn't seem like a huge thing to lose out on. And I do want to have Tiamat breaking up this grind a little bit, because I don't think we need to be 50 to beat Tiamat. But we will definitely need to be 50 to hang with Temple of Fiends. Alright, agility and luck. That level's got some ale. It is delicious and nutty, but it is not the salve that we want. I mean, if we got a savvy level here, that'd be beautiful. I will take SIV. I will take the Civ and call it good enough. And just vitality. Hey there, Avon. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And ready for the further adventures of Dan the Solo Black Mage. And his epic quest to finally get a decent level up. He's working really hard at it. Could Kraken 2 still one-shot Dan at level 50? Probably. I wouldn't be shocked if it could happen. Really what it would come down to is how many of the 8 attacks can crit simultaneously. There's only 256 values for the RNG to be in, so it's not possible to get all 8 crits. But maybe you could get like 4 crits. And that would be pretty damaging. Just agility there. Because I need both strength and bit. There is no clock for this. Typically I put like a 10 or 15 minute timeout on the 1 in 16s if there's a 1 in 4 fallback. And I'd say we'd probably got about maybe a third of the 1 in 16s in those time ranges. So it's tough. It is definitely tough to get super good level ups. How does someone as incompetent as Dan gain strength and vitality every level? We beat it into him. And what stats are required? So strength is going to be increasing our damage swinging the Mazmune, which is how we're going to kill Tiamat 2 and Chaos. Vitality increases our HP, and those are the two that I think are the most important. After that, you have much less important agility, which will give you a better chance of first strikes by a very, very tiny amount, as well as a better chance of dodging monsters by a small amount. Luck just has the first strike potential, doesn't have the dodge potential at all. And then intelligence does absolutely nothing at all. So I would say strength is the best, followed by vitality, followed by agility, followed by luck, and then followed very, very distantly by intelligence. Even agility and luck are pretty far back compared to strength and vitality. Those are the two that influence pretty much really directly how combat goes. And if we had very much specialized in agility, you could probably have gotten another 15 to 20 points of it. It would be interesting, because that's like a white shirt worth of defense. And one white shirt, usually, it's hard to notice the extra dodginess for it, except against monsters that have like 6 or 8 attacks, like Carry or Kraken. Then you notice that they go down by like 1. So it would be there. Every once in a while, you get the advantage of the agility, but you'd never know it was the agility that caused it. And it certainly wouldn't be enough to get away without having to defense in all the big boss fights. Best case would be that I think if you got like perfect agility, 2 defense swords would give you 100% evasion rate, and you wouldn't need the 2.5 or the extra defense at the end. And that could be nice, because it means you do 2 rounds of defense and then you're safe, as opposed to thinking about whether you need a 3rd round of defense and trading off your damage output for a little bit more safety. So I could maybe make an argument for agility on that, but it's still pretty far back compared to the other ones. Agility, and that's it. Try again, Dan. I think agility is more noticeable early. Yeah, I think against a lot of monsters that are already questionable for accuracy. Like if you've already got a monster that misses you like 25 or 40% of the time, those agility points are going to be very influential as compared to a monster that misses you 1% of the time. Because the same 5 points of agility could be, you know, a 10 or 15 point difference in dodge rate, or a 1% difference in dodge rate, depending on where you are on that curve. That's true for a lot of games where when you're already pretty good at something, additional points are really big because they are cutting off a lot of the remaining potential. And if you're not very good at something, adding points to it doesn't change that very much. You're still really terrible at it. I think a great example of that is like games like Diablo or Diablo 2, where if you are 2,000 defense less than what you need to block something, getting 100 defense doesn't change anything. But if you're blocking stuff, like you're doing moderately low damage, then that extra 100 defense could be enough to like reduce it down to 1. Yeah, also like armor class. I mean, it's all Dungeons and Dragons at the end of the day. Just imagine some D20s, and you'll basically have modeled this adventure perfectly. Just luck. I didn't think it'd be this noticeable, but getting that Pro Cape, which we did earlier in the stream today, from the top of Sky Castle, really does make a big difference for monsters in this area for damage reduction. A lot of them have 2 or more attacks per round, so you're talking about 16 reduction instead of just 8. And they were already like in the teens to the 30s or 40s for damage, so that 16 is a big, big chunk of what they used to hit me for. Alright, Barrel. Have a good night. And thanks for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed the show here today. And Xanth99, welcome in. Hope you're ready for our solo Black Mage challenge to continue here. We're doing 2 more level ups. One we're working on right now, one we'll do after this, and then we will take out Tiamat, last of the 4 fiends. And then do more leveling. There's always more leveling to be done until we hit level 50. And then we'll be sad that there is no more leveling. Because it would be so nice if you could actually max out the Black Mage for HP and stats. Should become some kind of engine of destruction walking around with that silver knife. I think even if you went to level 99, the Black Mage would still be really, really terrible at attacking things. There is not much you can do until you get the Masmune to make the Black Mage acceptable. And even then, the Black Mage has such low accuracy that you only get 3 attacks or 4 attacks with the Masmune. I think you might get 4 attacks. But it's sad. It's very, very sad. Yeah, I think it's 4 attacks with the Masmune. And then you max out with 3 attacks with anything else. Like Mage Staff at level 50, you get your 3rd attack. But you do have fast, that is true. You have plenty of casts of that, which will take you through all of the Fiend refights, as well as Chaos. It's very sad though. We tried busting out the Mage Staff. Actually, we Mage Staffed Carrie about the head. Just hit her with it repeatedly. It was like, when you get crits, a crit was 50, but a regular attack was still doing ones. And that's with like a level 40 Black Mage, who has perfect strength. Just luck there. Was it 116 or 106? I know it was over 100. We had a couple of hits over 100, but not by much. Those were the best during the Carrie one. And Carrie's got... does Carrie have 40 or 50 defense for Carrie one? I think she might have 40 defense. Chaos is going to have 100 defense. And it's going to be a whole other planet worth of damage that you need to be able to do anything to him. Agility and Vitality. Would be good if it had a strength point on top of that. I would definitely be thrilled to have a Savvy level. I would take a Civil level. I would take SIV by itself, if I could get it. But as of yet, nothing doing for this current one. 45 playing hard to get. We've had a couple that have been statistically better than average, so a worse than average level is probably just evening us out for the night. And just intelligence. Which is basically the same as getting absolutely nothing. Possibly less, because you had to take time to dismiss the dialogue box. Nothing would be faster. You don't deserve an Ice 3, bad man. That is how bad you've been. Level ups on the other hand. Level ups, we deserve something, and Dan gets... well, he got Agility. He did get 1 point there that would have been our third best stat to see. I will give that one a D-. Survived 3 level 3 casts. Batman has a lot of magic defense, and this is going to be true for pretty much everything in the late game. What you see on those Batman, like all those 80, 90, 100 damage rolls at the top of the range for Ice 3, that is what the boss is going to be like. And we're going to basically use all of our resources on the way down, and just totally have to leverage that Masbean at the end. I mean, even if you could, you know, chip away Chaos 80 at a time before he casts Cure 4, which is unlikely, you wouldn't have the spellcast left to do it at that point. Does this circle back to Nuke? Yes. Lich, I think we're going to try to Quake, because I think Quake's a 1 in 6 chance on him. So, like, you get to Phantom, use Fire 3, that's his weakness. It'll probably be like 3 rounds in Phantom, which is still very tough. To get past the Purple Worm, which I'm going to defense up and ping away with the Mage Staff for an hour. We're going to have to heal staff scum to get our HP back because we can't afford to use the heal potions up. Those all have to be used for like the post-boss fights. It's gonna be an adventure in Temple of Fiends. And like if you play like the Black Belt and you're just kind of cruising through there, it's, you know, 25, 30 minutes for Temple of Fiends. Black Mage is gonna be pretty easily 45 to 50 for every attempt through it. Well, every attempt that gets far. There'll probably be a lot of attempts that are like 2 minutes long. I think if you walk in there and get jumped by the Frosties and the bad men at the start, then you're probably just gonna reset rather than take the loss. And just fit. Vit, though, is a useful one. We want to see more of those. More Vit points, please. How long is the speedrun setup pre-entry? Do you mean like the reset to get the encounters burned off? Because you have to burn off 8 encounters prior to going in. And that probably takes like 3 minutes or so from power on. Because like do a power reset, you go through the menus, you get your 8 encounters, you get positioned for the zombie fight, you run from the zombie fight, go in. Yeah, that's probably about 3 minutes in total. That's assuming we do the same route through there as like the marathon safe run or the any percent route. And the problem with those is, first of all, there's a purple worm on the way down, which we have really nothing that will deal with that easily. And the second problem we have is that there's not enough room to get the Mazmune and come back and get to Tiamat before you start getting bad encounters. So like there's sorcerers and other stuff that pops in there. I don't really want to risk it with sorcerers, because trance is going to be obviously really bad, and the death touch you're not going to be happy about. We could do like an experiment, like go into Ice Cave at 50 and see how long it takes the sorcerers to kill us and know if we can try to play around and get the sorcery battle safely or not. But I'd rather just skip it, and unfortunately that requires like 8 or 9 encounters to skip over, going back and forth between Kraken and Tiamat's floor. And you gotta survive a long time without taking much damage throughout there to make it into the attempt against Tiamat. Now, single segment and the newer any percent route had better pathways through there, but it requires a whole bunch more setup at the start. Ooh, agility and vitality. No strength, though. So I don't know if you could work something out using those. Like, if you spent 20 encounters, and 20 might be underestimating it, you could get through without the purple worm. I think you'd have an iron golem, but iron golem you could kill with fire 3 and lit 3. Like, you do have pretty decent damage on those things. Like, we do them with fire 2 and lit 2, and it's like 4 or 5 casts to kill him. Is it 4? No, it's like 6 casts to kill him. So it's doable. So like, iron golem might actually be better than purple worm at the end of the day. But as a sign of how tough it'd be to get that set up, strength, agility, intelligence, and no vitality point. In order to get an iron golem, you have to be at least 128 battles after power on. So that would be a long time getting things ready. Yeah, that might actually be our first strength point. Like, that was a long way through there. But we got a lot of Vit points. You gotta give it credit for that. There was quite a lot of vitality. A little bit of agility. But very, very rare on the strength up. I was so ready too for it to be a savvy level. One more Ice 3, and try again. What do we have for our level up here? It is just intelligence. Hit the bad man with a stick. I suppose we do have a mage staff for that, but I feel like it would be a little bit of a waste. It's just kind of insulting at this point to bust that thing out. When also technically, at this level up, level 45, the Silver Knife temporarily becomes the best weapon again. Because Silver Knife gets its third attack at 45. 45 or 46. And the Mage Staff doesn't get it until 50. I think it's 45 when Silver Knife gets it, and 50 for Mage Staff. Just intelligence. Come on, level up. We want to go to Tiamat here. And Agility, Vitality, Luck. Everything except for Strength right there. Keep trying, Dan. You're super close. That is the closest you have been yet to a good level up here. Just luck. Next level, we'll have a lot of that. Intelligence and luck guaranteed at 46. So I'm pretty sure doesn't really impact what your chances are of the other stats. So every stat gets rolled independently. And because it uses a random number to roll the stat, it'll change the number of random numbers that get picked through here. So depending on what you need, you're going to have different amounts of RNG advancement every time that you do any of these level ups. And it's interesting to kind of think about. Like, if you're getting close to 256 values used between the combat and the level up roll, whether you're getting a lot of diversity in terms of random number seeds at the start of this. Only 256, so it's possible that you are getting the same random seed repeatedly before you sample a large variety of them. Or if you've got something that is really spreading out your random selections for the level ups. Think you might roll all 5 each time? I bet it doesn't. I bet it does exactly that. It gives you strength, intelligence, vitality, luck, and you consider. Level 45 complete. Alright. We have 29,000 experience to go. I'm going to get level 46 now, and then we are going to go after Tiamat. So one more level up. And we will head to the top. Try and Banesword the beast above. I think the Tiamat fight should be pretty good. We got probably defense at the start. And we will go for the Banes at a 1 in 7 chance. So I think it's going to be a much better odds than killing her with damage. Tiamat would probably take 10 or 11 spell casts to take down. Because she's resistant, your Ice 3s and your Lit 3s are not going to be doing much more than 100 damage. She's got 1,000 total. I think it'd be pretty unlikely that you could get away with damage faster than, on average at least, the Bane Sword working. Well, on average for somebody competent using the Bane Sword. Somebody like Dan using the Bane Sword. There is no telling how many tries it might take. There's half of our level up already. 2 really good Chimera fights right there. Actually saving, because at some point we're going to get the Blue D showing up. He is an encounter as a random in his own dungeon. The Group 8, which means he's 1 in 64. And you will not see him until 128 battles are done, but we will eventually get there. Oh, so that one's probably not worth enough to even bother with. I'll be excited for the random Blue Ds to make an appearance. Because once you get the first one, you know that there's 3 in the next 128 battles. Despite the alleged percentages, they're actually very lumpy in terms of how these are distributed out there. Which is also a large part of how the Warmech trips up there go. In theory, it should be pretty tough to avoid Warmech with the encounter rate that that floor has. But because things are clumpy, a couple of Warmechs kind of group up close to each other so that you get like back-to-back Warmechs or like 2 Warmechs in 3 fights. And other spots have bigger gaps that you can kind of sneak through. Alright, 12,000 experience to go. Sure, this will be about half of it. Three cars, I think, is the best thing in this floor. Could you get the Whiz Mummies here? You might be able to get Whiz Mummies on first floor. That'd be 2.5 Agamas. Which is about the same. Plus the Mummies, which is like 500 or so. Perfect Whiz Mummy fight might be very similar to Triple Chimera. I'd have to run the Agama math on him and not have my Agamacus to be able to compute those numbers currently. And yeah, let's just avoid the Saber Ds entirely. Saber T and Catman, I think, are not really worth it at this point. Catman because they run, Saber T because they're just not worth very much. This one will be an Agama and a half, so you have like 3,600 or so experience from this battle. At that point, still need like an Agama or so to go. So you can probably squeeze in one more fight, but periodically you're going to get encounters that put you over the top coming up. So have to be prepared to save before this one, and then save again if we ever get a fight that doesn't level me up. $24, yep. Almost exactly 1 Agama here. And now let's see. How long does this take us to get level 46, our last level before trying to go up to Tiamat? Equip the knife? Nah, I think we'll stick with the main staff. I think it doesn't actually matter when we are never going to physically attack with anything. We will hold on to the knife for sentimental reasons, but that is it. Ooh, you think Sorcerer's gonna run all the time at 50? I don't know how reliable that is. Agility, intelligence, vitality, luck. We got agility and vitality there, but no strength point. And that is true. Don't give Dan knives. I mean, you should have seen the carnage that he got the last time that he had a spoon. It was gruesome. 17 people went to the hospital room, and they were all named Dan. Alright, strength and luck. Actually, the luck's guaranteed. That was just a strength level. That's right, we need strength and vit. Intelligence and luck are guaranteed. Agility I don't really care about. I'm willing to pass on it. Alright, 613 is the new final answer. Yeah, vit is not calculated until after the roll, that I don't need the point there. Be interesting to see if I could have skipped more points if I don't need the point there. Because I think we are missing out on a vit by 1, which would mean that I could have skipped 3 more. Would have been very nice. But I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to get all the vit points up through 50. Just in case you get a level 50 vitality bonus. Strength, intelligence, and luck. Oh, you think we lose like 7 points of vit if you had like a 5 HP level up at the time? That seems like a really, really crushing amount that I am now regretting giving up early vit points. Because that would have meant that getting strength plus vit and the worst possible roll from HP on the strong level ups early on would have been better than strength plus the best possible roll on HP. That would really change things about what you want priority-wise on the strong level ups. Strength and luck. If so, bummer. We could have had easily probably like 18 to 20 more HP. And that really would be a lot. How to repair or replace a reset button? Not on this console. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, on this console I had to repair it once. But only once, Renner Jeff. And that was probably Dan's fault as well. Agility, and that's it. Alright, come on, level 46. We got you to do. Then we got Tiamat. Oh, and the Dapper Gen, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thanks again for the continued support there. Agility and vitality. Start over. But we're gonna miss out on a little bit. It's unfortunate, but it's been done. We got what we got for our trip up there. We'll be about 140 HP over what the average Black Mage is like at the end of the game. Sounds like we could have been like 170 over. If you figure out what the true maximum was. Figure out what the true maximum is, like, worst possible strong level ups. Whatever Vit is optional. Vit is guaranteed. I guess we could do the strength or Vit is guaranteed. We could take the maximum. But if we need both, then I would probably have to take strength plus Vit and get a crummy level up instead. You know what? I bet. So you take half the range. Ooh, no. Even that's probably a lot. Trying to think what the odds are. So if you need 2 points, you need strength and Vit, you're at 1 in 16. Then you're looking at even half the range. You're at a 1 in 32 now. Those are pretty grueling to pull out there. The ones that we probably should have done differently are the ones where it's a 1 in 4 plus a strong one. And we prioritize getting the top end of the strong range with the 1 in 4, as opposed to the 1 in 16 of the 2 stat points. Those are the ones that probably made the biggest difference. And no strength point. Keep it up, Dan. Took him a while for 45 as well. Gotta expect that. 46 is gonna be equally tough here. .48, the only one that we even get a little bit of a break on. 48's got a guaranteed Vit point. Our last useful guaranteed Vit point in the game. And just vitality. Hello, vampires. We will take your 6,000 experience points and apply them towards our wonderful level calculation process here. Find out if any of you are worth a strength point or not. And the answer is... nope. No strength point. Hey, the guest strat. Yeah, we're doing our grind pre-Tiamat. This is level 46 we're trying to get right now, with strength and vitality. Tiamat's the only fiend left to go. We've got all the items out of the Sky Castle already. And nothing. So it took us a long time to get out of the super early game, but once I got past Lich, things sped up quite a lot. Like, We went from spending all of our time trying to get experience and trying to beat choke point fights, like the pirates and Marsh Cave and stuff like that, to instead, all of our time is spent just getting the stat bonuses. And the level up themselves are super fast, and the dungeons have been mostly like first or second try. Hey there, Thalfin. I would say Dan is moderately acceptable. Not true. Dan is Dan, but relative to his normal performance, he is doing above average. And no points. 662 is what you think the maximum is. Wow. That means we missed 49 HP. That is crazy to think how much better the Black Mage could have been. I am shocked that you can get up that high. So if I ever do this again, and I hope I never have to, I will have learned something about what to emphasize stat-wise. And just fit. Keep trying, Dan. Gotta get those strength points in. Strength seems to have been the much harder of the two. On almost every single level. Despite the fact that they're both supposed to be 1 in force. Max HP for Black Mage allegedly is 662, according to Shea Wolf now. Of which we will get 613. All other character classes should be able to do 999. Well, maybe not 999, but they'd be close to it. Shildy, and that's it. It's like I'm trying to look at some of the other values there. Huh, looks like Red Mage is only 120 average over Black Mage. But I bet the Red Mage gets bigger fraction of their bit points. Yeah. So maybe some of the other ones are also sub 999. Fighter's definitely 999. Black Belt's easily 999. Looks like Red and White Mages you could get into the 800s. And probably somewhere around there for Thief as well. But not Dan. Dan maxes out at 3. That is as high as he can count. This is not the right spell, but maybe it'll kill the Chimera. Got it. Easy. And will that be our level up? Nope, just intelligence and luck. Once again, our 2 guaranteed stat ups there. Which increasingly makes me question whether this 1 in 4 thing is correct. We should be having at least one of the 3 points almost all the time. And strength, and that's it. It's our first strength in a while, so I'm at least happy to see that. The strength stat is not busted. It does function for level 46. But it's shy. It is shy and reticent. Sailor Nightmare. Down to just me and you, bad man. And boy, is he a really, really bad man. Alright, level up Dan. What do you get? No strength point, but you get agility. Keep trying. One day Dan will do this. And on that day, he will probably forget where he put his shoes. There'll be some amount of buffoonery that brings into question the entire process. And we get strength, intelligence, vitality, and luck. Level 46 is done. We have finished our pre-Tiamat grind. Let's see where we are. 75 heal potions. I like to just go ahead and restock those for safety. Gonna get up to 99 of those things. And we will come back to go through the Sky Castle this time. This time trying to take out the boss at the end. It'll be a battle of wits, strength, and bane swords when Dan gets back up there. We know that Blue D usually is pretty good. We fought Blue D a couple times. We know that Germedusa is kind of bad. Anything that's got paralysis is still very questionable in this game, even if it's unlikely to hit us. The fact that you got a 3 and 256 of basically just ending you, which I am especially worried about. For like deep Temple of Fiends, when you have all those vampire fights, those are gonna be super scary. I mean, really, everything in Temple of Fiends is gonna be super scary. Like, we're gonna be completely terrified every step of the way. But thankfully, we should be mostly working on Tiamat and our last level ups to 50 tonight. Hey there, Pirates. Yes, we got our solo Black Mage, just leveled up to 46. About to do our 4th and final Fiend. And then level up to 50, which will be a good bit of work. These level ups are probably 15 to 20 minutes apiece. And only one of them I could even slack off slightly on. We'll see how it goes. Also, I think if I don't need the Vit point at level 50, then I can get the agility point there instead. Just as a small bonus. Ooh, Ankylo running. It's the first time I've seen one of those happen. Been a while since we've had to fight an Ankylo on the overworld. About Rankylos, you sticking around? One of them did. Interesting choice there. Alright, so we should be pretty close to max spell charges. Cabin up. I think in theory we could skip a couple of fights outside to make this easier. But since I know this path better, I will take it. Basically, I'm going to have to delay a whole bunch because we don't have as much to pick up upstairs as normal. So I will be waiting around for a little bit before heading up to the top. The tippy top where Tiamat is. There's our guard fight. I think we do have one fight more prior to Blue D on 3rd floor, which should be Wyvern Worm. Because of the experience situation, we don't want to get any XP here. We'll have like a couple of eye fights and the team at battle, so those will be things that come into play here. What is my evade at this level? So at level 46, we are at 81% evade. Which, considering you can go over 100% accuracy, is still a ways to go from being really good. 2.5 defense swords, so that would be enough to put us over the top. Alright, yeah, we'll use Fire 3. Unlikely to really need that upstairs much. And one more to go. Just don't get crit, Dan. Can't believe Blue D didn't thunder me a single time. He's usually so good at pulling those off. Thunder actually does significantly less damage than his physicals to the Black Mage here. Thief at 844. Well, that'll be a number, and probably a lot easier to get. Because the Thief has a whole lot of strength and agility points guaranteed. Alright, so I think we have an eye fight here. Hello, Mr. Eye. 25 damage. Wow. This Mage Staff is pretty subpar. 90, 154. One more hit will get him. Alright, would I rather have Rock Gulls or Whiz Vamps? Neither is particularly good, but I'll take the Rock Gulls. Evil Man versus Fire Hydrants. We'll take the Evil Men. They're very evil men, but at the same time, can be incredibly entertaining. Definitely do the hardcore mana course. These are ones that we could have taken outside prior to coming in, instead of burning right here. But I wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be anything nasty to replace them in the walk up to this point. Alright, so most of your Thief Struggle Ups are guaranteed strength. I guess I have to see how many are guaranteed agility or vit. Because I think with a Thief, you'd be much more interested in trying to max out your agility score. You're already a pretty decent part of the way through with your strength and agilities, as is. And so you might as well go for like perfects on those. Your luck's always going to be max, and that way you'll have actually a pretty decent chance of getting first strikes compared to normal. Like, that's got to be pretty big in terms of value. Not quite guarantees of any kind, but if you bump it up by like 10%, you'll double your chance of first strikes. Alright, so that sentry is where it's safe. Only 1 in 64 and a strong level up, and 7 1 in 16s. 1 in 16 plus a strong level up is hard, though. That's not a great combination. Even the 1 in 4s can be kind of rough if you want to have the perfect HP up. Because you're spending a long time with 1 in 4 plus a 1 in 6 on top of it. And here we go, across the Bridge of Destiny. A couple of quick fights here against some airs and some nachos. And then we'll be at Tiamat's throne. No thank you, Nacho. I ate before I got here. That should be good. We're putting the Bane Sword in the front slot. Let's do that. And let's go. So I want to defense up so that if we get bit, it's not as big of a deal. I use the Bane Sword instead. Why not? Why not Bane and ineffective? Alright, new plan. Just Bane away. Bane until you can Bane no longer, Dan. Ineffective. Dan tries the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. How about, Dan, you try the Bane Sword? Ineffective. You know what'll work this time? The Bane Sword. Ineffective. How about the Bane Sword? Have you ever thought about that, Dan? Ineffective. I know. The Bane Sword. Ineffective. Dan with the Bane Sword. Poison Smoke, there we go. Tiamat is down. There goes our final feat. We have leveling, and then we have chaos. Tonight, it's going to be the leveling. We're going to work on that for quite a bit here. We have 18,000 to go for level 47. And let's get started. First try. I know, it was so good. So good. Alright. Bane Sword no longer required. Let's put that into the storage bin. And Cat Claw, that's going on Ace. Gotta make sure it's got its appropriate home here. The Silver Knife, on the other hand, its place of honor has been restored. Grinding a Warmech. Unfortunately, Warmech, just a little bit too much experience for us right now. It would put us over the top on the level up. But maybe later. Actually, what I'll do is, if we end up having a class change to be able to beat the game, then I think it's worth trying Warmech as a Black Wizard. As a Black Mage, I don't think it's a good use of time. Is Silver Dagger better than the Mage Staff until level 50? Levels 45 through 49, the Silver Knife is better. And at level 50, the Mage Staff becomes better again. Laser2, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the wacky antics of Dan, and hope you enjoy that shiny orb there. Thanks again for the continued support. I hope class change won't be required. I mean, we're going to give Saturday basically going after Temple of Fiends as Black Mage. And if that doesn't work, then Sunday is probably when we go Black Wizard. How many hits per attack does Dan have at the moment? 3. He has 3 hits with the silver knife. That is the best you can get outside of the Masmune, which will have 4. Alright, let's see how we're doing on this level up. It is 5,000 away, so I have to be a little bit careful. There's going to be some formations that put us over the top, but not many. We would need those 2.5 Agama groups to cause any problems here. And none of these next 4 battles worth even doing. Alright, so that puts us back into the good range here. There's the occasional Catman or Saber-T fights here on this first floor, but a good stretch of this is going to be high quality battling entertainment, through which we could get enough experience to get our level ups. This one probably actually a little bit more than I want, because it'll level us up right away, and there'll still be a bunch of 3s and 4s and things that could have come in and gotten us a tad bit closer overall. But here we go, first try, level 47. Strength and Vit is what we want to see, and we get luck. Nothing but luck. Okay, Vampire should be good. We'll park a little bit under our target here. This is an Agama and a half, about 3,600 experience, and then we're at slightly more than a half Agama to go for level 47. And everything in here is going to be at least a half Agama worth of experience that we would bother fighting. That should be our last non-leveling level. What's supposed to pick up as a Black Wizard if a Black Mage doesn't work? Nuke and Warp. Those 2 spells make a big difference. Nuke obviously does a lot of damage, so roughly 1,800 to 2,000 damage that you have for killing things, and Warp allows you to get the Masmune. And so that really changes the character of the game. Because what you do is the first time you go through Temple of Fiends, you nuke all the fiends on the way down. And you suffer a little bit on Carry 2 and Kraken 2, but you can probably get the fiends within like 2 tries. You pick up the Masmune, you warp back out, and recover your spell charges with the Masmune in hand. Second time you go down, you use the Fasted Masmune on the fiends, and you use Fasted Masmune on Tiamat 2 as well. But basically you get to Chaos with all your nuke charges, and then you nuke Chaos instead of having to rely on the Masmune rolls. And I think that it works out, but I'll have to actually see if Chaos really does take less with the Masmune than with nuke. I think it'll be pretty close though. Oh yeah, guards are pretty common to see stuns on if you don't have lightning resistance. Which most of the time when you're doing speedruns, there's only one character that's missing it, and they would get lightning resistance at the Dragon Mail, which is in this dungeon. So basically, by the time that you get up to the second floor, you'd never have to worry about the guard paralysis ever again. And agility and vitality. Who is the least competent between the Prince of Canuck, Tristram, Jim, or Dan? Well, I mean, Dan's probably less competent than all the rest of them combined. What? Kanak is the best of the bunch? You would take Kanak over Jim? Does Kanak have boots as nice as Jim's boots? Jim has some nice boots. What does Kanak have? He's got a coffin. Alright, and nothing. Keep it up, Dan. I give it about 15 to 20 minutes for these level ups, except for 48, where we could potentially skip the agility point and just get the strength point there. But I figure you might as go all the way. If you've gone this far, go to the very bitter end. You could also probably do something similar at 50, whereas the vitality point's not actually required. And it doesn't make a difference at 50 that we get the agility point there instead. Because we should see it right away in our HP up. That the vitality point at 50 does not change anything. And just vitality. Just vitality there. Speaking of which, what is our current score? We are currently at 41. So I still don't know if I could stop getting vitality at this point, and if it makes a difference. I think I get one more point if I go to 44. Because I get that extra vitality point, extra hit point at 50. So maybe it helps me out. And just luck. Hello, guards. Decent quantity of XP-bearing monsters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course you missed the last one. Of course you missed him. There, cleaned up. Alright, so this is just intelligence. No points are awarded. Catman, not even worth bothering. So that's something that we do want to experiment with, is to see if we have 100% run rate on sorcerers at level 50. Because that changes a couple things about how we approach Temple of Fiends at the end. It means that I could charge through Tiamat's floor and get the Masvian and not have to skip over like 10 fights to advance the encounters along, which would be really nice. Also potentially lets me start later so I can maybe avoid the purple worms. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and we got the level up. There is 47. It was a savvy level indeed. House up, cabin up, and 48 next on the board here of a guaranteed vitality point. That at least makes things a little bit nicer for us. So I'll be trying to get strength and agility. The agility is a nice to have. So we could say that at 48 we bend and get a strength point only, if it takes too long to get the agility point on top. So far though, we've been fairly successful about forcing out the 1 in 16s. I'm willing to bet the 1 in 16 is always possible, even though it might be slightly different true odds from the expected 1 in 16 chance of seeing your 2 points a gain. I think it's 1 in 51 for them not to run. That seems questionable. But maybe those odds are worth it. I mean, it's a better chance that they don't run than that we get an insta-kill on Chaos. I really hope that we don't need a Bane Sword Chaos. That would be simultaneously spectacular as well as incredibly frustrating. A way to finish. And of course, Dan's poisoned. Not resetting though, because I'm not saving the game in between every single one of these fights. So the Catman fights, we actually have to just bypass. Try to get to the better parts of the encounter cycle here, of which there are many better fights in this place. I think overall this has been a very reasonable grind for Black Mage because of the ease of access to a place to save in between all of the really tough battles that happen here. Although I would certainly take the Fighter Black Mage, or Fighter Black Belt and Red Mage. The ones that can just grind their brains out and don't even have to come up to get some air in between the long stretches. Those are the ones that you can get a productive hour or two out of some Agamas. Interesting. Alright, so we think that there is only one value out of 51 that'll cause Sorcerer to stick around. And then they'd also have to use either their Death Touch or their Trance and be successful with it. Of which I think both of those, because of your much higher magic defense now, would be less likely to see. Although the Black Mage's magic defense is not stellar. You know, at +2 per level up. You've got, what, 118 magic defense, which is less magic defense than the Black Belt has at like 26. I feel like the mages get a bit of the short end of the magic defense stick. They start off with a couple more points of magic defense, but the slower growth rate. Fighter gets 3. Black Belt gets 4. It means that the mages, in the end, trail them by quite a lot. And Fighter certainly doesn't need a ton of magic defense. They have all this gear with elemental resistance on it. So I think they should be getting the 2 points. And the mages should be getting 3s. We won't talk about the crazy amounts of magic defense the Black Belt gets. That is absolutely ridiculous. Alright, so this is 2 Agamas. At that point, we should be as close as possible as we can get to our level up here. This is level 48, so guaranteed vitality point. Actually, we could be slightly closer. We still have an Agama to squeeze in there. And so if we get a 2 vampire or 2 guard fight, we could move it a little bit towards the level up. Hey hot toddies, we're talking about Final Fantasy magic defense scores. Everybody gets a starting value between like 10 and 20 magic defense, and then plus 1, 2, 3, or 4. Masters only get plus 1, so really plus 2, 3, or 4. And because it's out of 200 for how Final Fantasy does percentages, those are actually much lower values than they sound. Also, no bonus points there. Try number 1. Unsuccessful. Oh, I see Solar Players Masters now. Yeah, the D&D version of Fighters didn't get much. The Monk does get a lot of natural magic defense. And that's why I think that it's kind of modeled well for the Black Belt class in Final Fantasy 1. But the other character classes generally didn't have any like innate magic defense growth. They'd be getting items potentially that increased their magic defense. And monsters would have innate magic defense, but that was something that players did not have access to. Similar scales overall. So players almost always were kind of at a disadvantage when spells were being slung around. They more had to rely on their saving throws and the fact that they generally were a lot more powerful than individual monsters were to be able to save stuff. Which I guess you could argue to some extent. Saving throws are also kind of built into what you'd expect for magic defense in Final Fantasy. So a character class that had good saving throws, you'd expect to have high magic defense as well, because that'll apply to all the status ailment attacks. And it just so happens that they use the same value for both status ailments as well as for damage rolls. Ooh, strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck! We got a Savile at level 48. There is level 48 in the books. Level 49 up next. Alright, 31,000. Pretty close to that maximum value of 32,800. But very quick when you consider how much XP we get per fight in here. Level 49 is a bare level up. Intelligence is the only stat up, so we'll need to get both strength and vitality in there. I won't care about agility. I cared for 48 because that one was guaranteed Vit. And since Vit was already going to be there, I can take the 1 in 16 to get both S and A, and we just got lucky that luck came along for the ride for that one. But in general, I will target at most 2 stats per level up. And having learned over the course of this adventure that vitality was more important than I thought, I would definitely optimize for Vit over the actual HP rolls that you get on the strong level ups, at least in the early parts. Like once you get to level 40, you probably care more about the strong level up than about the Vit. That'd be like the first time that you'd be willing to give things up is like 35 and 41. I think those two you could probably not get the bit point and probably be okay. Dan using ice too, just because I'm lazy. I want to stretch my house out until we get to close to the level up. I've got plenty. I've got so much cash that we don't even know what to do with all this. Probably we're going to buy some more cat claws. That'll teach them. Give everybody a cat claw when we class change. What if we get a cat claw and a steel armor for everybody yet? It's probably within the realm of possibility. There may be cat claws and steel armors all around. I've been picking up a lot of money. All the gold chests, all of the equipment chests I've just left there. So we're actually, like, not really getting as much in the late game as you should be. MP-wise. By Quake and Bane, I'm gonna get Quake. Bane does not make sense because I've got the Bane sword. Was Bane an unlimited number of times. But Quake could be useful on Lich too, where it should be like a 1 in 6 chance of killing him. That's early enough in Temple of Fiends that you might be able to get away with resetting if you don't get the insta-kill on him. I don't know if you could reset if you don't get the insta-kill before he casts Nuke. That's asking a lot. But certainly to avoid getting double nuked, you'd want that Quake to land. So it's 500 hit points? Yeah, 500. All the Fiends have 100 more than their base values, so 400, 600, 800, 1000 for the first fights, and then 500, 700, 900, and 1100 for the second fights. They have a super, just simple pattern for how they pick those values out. $14,000 to go. Alright, a couple of battles will be all set for level 49. This will be a big chunk of it. 6,000 XP right here. Pretty much dead on 2.5 Agamas. They're not quite a half Agama piece, they're slightly less. It's like 0.49 Agamas, so don't get angry. Do not write angry letters to the Agama tariff and trade boards. Mostly because they are illiterate, they can't read your letters, but also because we are approximating. We are rounding them to a half Agama, just for convenient purposes. How much is this in imps? 1,000 imps. 1,000.00 imps. It is true that illiterate was said, but that doesn't mean that I was referring to Melmond, because I'd have used far stronger language if Melmond was the topic of conversation. There would definitely have been more mentions of fire, at the minimum. Alright, how close are we now? It is 3676, so we probably can squeeze one more battle in here. gonna fit? It's gonna be super tight. I believe, just like vampires, guards are less than a half Agama, and I think that they're like 0.48 instead of 0.49, so these will probably just squeeze under. How much money is an imp worth? An imp is worth 6 gold pieces. 4 XP away from the level up. That is tight. That is probably our closest level up that we've had since like level 3. So yes, Agma-based economies can produce extremely accurate measurements, although they frequently choose not to. And here we go, our first crack at level 49. Intelligence, the only guaranteed stat. We need S and V, we get strength and luck. Try again. I don't know, Samuel, I would consider those imp battles pretty bad, especially considering that you only start off with 2 charges of single target spells. And an in-trip costs 30 gold. It is kinda rough getting your first couple of levels. Like, you are not getting enough money back to survive. You're also not getting the stat points that you need, Dan. Intelligence, the only one showing up there. What do we get for this mage? I mean, we got Fire Ice lit at all tiers. Fast. And that's it. Pretty bare bones. We'll probably get the Quake spell. You can Quake Lich 1, and it seems like it's worth trying. But confused. The problem was by the time that we got confused, which is 4th tier, we had to first of all get past the pirates. So, you know, your big reason for needing confuse, besides Carrie, is gone. And Carrie, you got the wizard staff for. So she's also not really in need of actual confused charges. Now there is other stuff that confuse really worked on. You'd maybe think about it, but that would be like Wizards, Astos, and really at that point you already have like Fire 3, so that's probably better than confusing things, just destroy them. There's not a lot of room for Confuse to make a difference as a castable spell. Just luck. Yeah, not having Nuke is kind of a pain. If we had Nuke, things would be different around here. I think having Nuke and Warp is really where the true value of the Black Wizard comes out. Of course, the Warp does so much for you. And being able to get that Mazmune and be able to go through the Fiend fights without just completely wrecking your resources. Magic only Final Fantasy 2. At least in Final Fantasy 2, when you punch yourself in the face like Dan does all the time, you get some stat bonuses for it. This Black Mage is tough to get your HP and stats up. Probably the best thing I can say for the fact that Fire 3, Lit 3, and Ice 3 are all at different tiers is this is when it makes a difference. Having those spells spread out like this for solo Black Mage really helps a lot in terms of giving you just a ton of spell casts overall. Like, I never feel, once I hit like level 20 or so, that I was having trouble like getting through dungeons without having to conserve spells very terribly. Like, you could be very liberal with anything that you couldn't run away from, just casting spells non-stop, and feel like it was not hurting you to be that aggressive. Whereas if they say combined Fire 3 and Lit 3, it would be much tougher to get through places like the Sky Castle here, where you have to use both of them pretty frequently. And no points. Dan is awarded no points. Do mages keep getting spell charges up level 50? Yes, level 50 is where you get your last 8th tier charge. So you don't hit 9 charges of 8th tier until 50. So there is value at the end, although not for solo Black Mage. Solo Black Mage... Actually, ooh, do you get another charge there? You might get another charge that is also getting up to 9 at that point. We'll see at 49 if I have 9999, 9998 or not. Does Dan get demerit points? He is maxed out on those. He is unable to hold anymore. How much worse would Man Evil be than Evil Man, given how much worse man cats are than catmen? I mean, catmen are pretty bad. I think that they're underrated for being gigantic pains. It's just that man cats are AoE gigantic pains. And so they bring something extra special to the table. Man Evil would definitely only do nuke. Basically his only option. Hello, Chimeras. Alright, let's see. If Dan can take these down in one round, no, he cannot. He has already been unsuccessful. And so he gets cremated right in the face. Ooh, doesn't even take him out in 2 rounds. That is rare, not killing a Chimera in 2 Ice 3s. They are weak to it. An Ice 3 is very, very good damage overall. Dan's stats are not very good overall. No points for Dan again. You're looking for at least SIV. Those are the hallmarks of a level that I would take. I mean, I don't really want the intelligence point. Somebody could take the intelligence point if you'd like it. We are not going to use it, but I think that since nobody is seeming to claim them, that Dan is ending up with all of them. And again, no points. Oh, but at some stage here we have just a wonderful cluster of all the strength and vitality points in one place. And that they actually bother showing up. That would be the other really nice thing to have happen. One more X3 will do it. And we get for this level up nothing. I mean, on average, we should be getting, because there's 4 1 and 4s. You expect to have 1 bonus stat point every time, whether it's strength, agility, vitality, luck. I can't tell you which of those is going to show up. But you should expect to have one. So getting 4 zeros in a row, I feel like is a very Dan-type move. What is the longest for a good level up? About 20-25 minutes, I think, has been the worst case for the 1 in 16s. We've had a 1 in 16 first try. And we've had some 1 in 16s that went at least 20 minutes. I don't know if they went to 25. But those have been the outer extremes. You get more of them here at the end, because towards the end of the Black Mage's chart of level ups, you have way more level ups that just have an intelligence point or have intelligence luck, like really, really bad ones. Like, after level 40, there was only 2 points of either strength or vitality guaranteed. And so we've had a 1 out of 16, like, all of these. Is Warmech runnable? Yes, you can run from Warmech. Which is also the reason why Warmech can ambush you. In the base game, he's got 75% ambush rate, which is crazy. With a lot of agility and luck, you can bring that down to like 60%. But it's still very, very brutal. Can Warmech run from Dan? I am not sure if Warmech is programmed to experience fear. But he might feel some very strong disgust. Also probably disappointment. Strength, and that's it. So we went strength, vitality, strength, but neither decided to appear with the other. They're keeping their distance for right now. Soon we will introduce them and let them mingle a bit. That is true. If you've been waiting here for thousands of years, and after all that time you found out that your opponent was going to be Dan, you would definitely feel like it was a bit of a waste. But at the same time, how did Tiamat get past Warmech? I feel like he's already been slightly failing if Tiamat has managed to slip through and take over this castle. Hey there, BDJFP. How's the grind going? So this is level 49. We are 2 levels away from maxing this out. We've done everything that we can do prior to Temple of Fiends. All 4 Fiends are dead. We've got all the items that we need. So the grind has been going very respectably today. I got more levels done than I thought. Agility luck. Need the opposite of that. I need the strength vitality. I'm trying to remember where we came in. I think we started the day at like level 34. This will be like our 15th level up that we've done. And we killed 3 fiends. So we did a lot of work today. Wasn't nearly as much travel as yesterday was. Yesterday we got to do a lot of dungeon clearing and adventuring, but today we got a lot of leveling and murdering done. What is snorting? It is basically single target ink, which means it does absolutely nothing. Snorting with stone. I'm trying to think of a game where a monster like this casts stone. There's our vit point. Alright, so strength, intelligence, vitality. I'm gonna do a quick errand. I'm gonna grab the Quake spell. Been thinking about wanting to have that for Temple of Fiends. Let's go ahead and pick it up. That'd be down at Crescent Lake. Go ahead and pop in there. Yep, I would like your finest Quake, please. Should be a 1 in 6 chance of insta-killing Lich. I don't know if it's worth it, but it's not like we're really hurting for money in any sense. Hello. Oh yes, Dan is intimidating now. Basically 100% run rate for all these things in the early part of the game. Our remaining cash will of course go into the most useful things in the world. Let's go and get the rest of the cat claws. We're gonna have 3 cat claws here. Everybody except for Dan gets one. One for you, and one for you. That should be cat claws all around. And you know what? I don't need this wither staff anymore, so let's do a little bit of pruning. So wizard staff can go. Technically the Bane sword could go. But I feel like there's a sentimental attachment that we should hold on to it for. We actually want defense, mage, and heal. Silver knife could go. We could just go mage staff only. It is probably for the best that we get rid of that thing. It's just a distraction to Dan now. There we go. The lovely Bane sword in place. I'll hold on to Thor hammer. I don't think I ever have a use for it. Just like I don't have a use for the Zeus gauntlet or black shirt, but that gives me an opportunity. To next go over to the town of Melmont. Grab our steel armors. We're gonna load up on those things too. Reduce our morale to make sure that we are not going to make the game too easy for ourselves later on. Oops, overshot it. There we go. Alright, steel armor for you, steel armor for you. Who would like some extra steel armors? Let's get the backup steel armor for Ace. And Bill. And oh yes, Cal gets 2 as well. There we go. Now we got all the steels. That'll be 30 to 35 hours, so my guess was 20 hours to do level 50 in all the game except for Temple of Fiends. So we're a little bit over that, but not by much. And then my other guess was 30 hours to finish Temple of Fiends. Total, not cumulative. If there was 30 more hours just for Temple of Fiends, we'd be class changing right away. Restock on heals here. There we go, 99 heal potions done. Might as well stay at the end. We're in town. We should take advantage of their fine facilities. We stayed many nights here at the Canary Inn earlier in the game. They're discount beds. Warm yet clean. Very unlike the situation at the Melmond Inn, where your beds are damp yet somewhat soiled. Back over to Mirage one more time. We have level 50 to go ahead and set up for here. And as of right now, we are still Tyro and Agama free. This has been a very low carb solo Black Mage challenge so far. In BDJFB, you cannot underrate the value of the Dragon Quest I chest. There could be only one time that you need to open it. Unlike heal potions, where you're guaranteed to be spending a lot of time buying those things. You will need 99 heal potions. You'll need a lot more than 99, in fact. You'll be buying easily 200 or 300 in the average speedrun. And you'll enjoy it. So we grind Agamas and Volcano. We did not do anything in Volcano for Black Mage. Black Belt does Agamas. Because Black Belt, you just want to get a single monster with a decent amount of experience. Agama's a good one. You could do Blue Dragon, Red D. Anything that's going to be quick to punch down. And with the speed at which you can plow through Agamas, like, even like worst case, you're talking about 2 hours to do this grind that took us probably a solid 6 or 7 hours as the Black Mage. Okay, 21,000 go. We'll split this into 2 pieces. I'll almost certainly need a house up in between, unless we get a whole bunch of vampires here. Those things are worth a decent amount. Or chimeras. These are also worth a lot. And 3. I would say good job, Dan, but I don't want to let it go to his head. It was acceptable work. Get our guards here next. Feels weird having that Quake spell there. Taking up space in my spell menu. And I don't worry about losing the lit 3s in Temple of Fiends, because there's really not much you'd use them on. Like, I could maybe imagine throwing some spells on Kraken. I don't think resists lightning. I think he's just neutral to it. Carrie's gonna resist Fire Ice Lit. That's gonna be a pain. Lit should be neutral to fire. but probably better off using the Quakes. And Tiamat's gonna be a pain. Tiamat's gonna be a thing. Getting through that 1100. Hopefully the Bane's... Not the Bane's sword, the Masmian will do enough damage too. Make that fight go faster. Okay, 9,000 more to go. Getting close. Alright, so if this is 2 Agamas, that's less than 2 Agamas to go. So we'll be in very nice range to go and probably squeeze one more fight in here. Just to be safe, I will save up in case we get too much experience. Right now we're at 4,200, a little bit more than an Agama and a half. There's our house and cabin, let's go. Pop in there. What's our strength going to be at level 50? 50. Black Mage starts with 1 strength, and we got every single strength level up that was in the game. Alright, Dan, level 50, and just Intelligence and Luck. Intelligence and Luck are guaranteed. Those are the ones which we will have a 100% chance of finding. I don't think the Vitality point makes a difference here. So we would like to go for Strength and Agility instead. To be our 50th point of Strength, and we'll be like 41 Agility. So 41 or 45? 41 Agility. I feel like I did acceptably on these level ups. We certainly learned some things from going through this level up process about what the optimal stat gain is like for a Black Mage, and probably if you want to do White Mage or Thief. This is useful knowledge about what makes for good levels. And we found out that Vitality points are better than I thought, and worth optimizing over the random HP ranges. Just ale. What does Fighter end up at 50? So this will be surprising. But the Fighter is only going to be at 59. The big value of the Fighter... 59 or 69? Fighter's going to be at 69, sorry. The big value of the Fighter is that you get way more accuracy. And so you're going to have... Instead of 4 attacks per round with the Masmian, you're going to have 8 attacks per round with the Masmian. And that difference right there is really critical. Because that's the same as the Black Mage already fasted. And the Fighter can be fasted on top of that. So you have a decent amount more strength. Like, that does really help out. Every point is pretty significant at this stage. But also doubling the attacks. Alright, there we go. That is as close as I can get for the level ups right now. I am actually going to leave the level 50 attribute process itself to Saturday's stream. So I'm going to pause right here. Let's go ahead, use our house and our cabin. Pause the timer right there. And